Good morning. Of course, we have NVDA earnings this week. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, May 18th. We got about 12 minutes to go. All right, let's see. NASDAQ 100 looks good. Got about 30 stocks advancing to start. S&P 500. More stocks advancing or unchanged than declining. Got Dominion and Ford moving higher. Dominion Energy. Okay, so we'll look for energy to follow through this week. There's a bunch of energy related names, oil and gas services companies like SEI on the watch list. I won't jump into these immediately, obviously. We'll wait to see if energy catches a bid or if there's some other area like software. Let's take a look at Microsoft. We're looking for Microsoft to follow through. Okay, Microsoft inside day for now. Over there on the right, that orange block is pre-market. Intel up pre-market. I did buy some Intel on Friday. What did I buy, Vinny? What did I buy? Intel. I bought probably June. I've been buying June options. Intel about July. Okay, so July 120, 125s. All right, so those are about 6.5 out of the money right now. Intel, Microsoft. Okay, let's take a look at Intel. Everybody have a good weekend. Intel. Okay. Okay, here's early morning price over there. Up pre-market. Intel. Intel is up. Intel. Okay, I got a few stocks up this morning. Okay, what is that? Futures. Futures managed to get back to green. We're up 10 points. Jensen. Cool change. Had a nice run this morning. Ran 2 miles. That's was enough for today. It's kind of hot and sticky out, or it started to get. So my son wants to go out west and climb Mount Adams. Anybody a hiker that has climbed Mount Adams? It looks pretty easy, actually. It's about 12,000 feet. I think it's like like 9,000 or something like that from the parking lot, 7,000. Looked pretty easy, even for somebody my age. He's like, he gets into these ideas in his head. Now he wants to go climb mountains, which is cool, experiment with what you like. Anybody a hiker? Um, I guess that's what you call yourself, right? Hiking the mountains, the summits. I'm not hanging off any side of any mountain or anything like that. Anyway, we figured we'd do that next year. He wants to get a membership to Planet Fitness, and we'll start doing stair climbers and working our legs and things. So if I can get him in the gym, that's good. So anyway, market's looking pretty good. Okay, let's look at semis. There goes Intel. Intel's on the move. Intel on the move. Pre-market. See if the semis go as well. Semis. SMH. Okay, SMH is up. Semis up this morning. Okay, we got 6 minutes to go. Less than 6 minutes to go. Okay. Okay, what's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's up too. NVIDIA. Okay, there goes Intel. Looking good, Intel. Palantir, what are you doing? Palantir is down a little bit, testing the low. ARM holdings might be an opportunity. ARM is inside day. We've got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Celsius. Let's see what that looks like. CELH. All right, bouncing. Okay, Celsius. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's I gathered the same. Yeah. All right, so we do have some climbers. All right, so just send me a direct message if you want. Andrew's climber. Okay, so we've got a little over 1 minute to go. These Celsius are pretty good. Let's see what's in these damn things. There's no artificial sweetener, right? No. Is there sugar in this? Let's see. Essential energy, burns fat. I would imagine there's no sugar in it. Biotin, beta carotene, guara extract, caffeine. All right, whatever. Okay, I hope everyone's ready. We're about to go here. We got 20 seconds to go. First 15 minutes, all we're doing is taking some profits off the table, reassessing the markets. Lately, I've been starting some positions occasionally a little earlier than usual. Apple. Okay, apparently I had my machine on mute. All right, so NVDA, let's see what that's looking like. NVIDIA, Intel, INTC, Intel. All right, there goes Intel. Intel moving. Intel pushing up. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. All right, Intel is number one on the NASDAQ 100, followed by Micron, Qualcomm, LRCX, Analog Devices, AMD, Marvell, NXP, Semiconductor, Texas Instruments. All right, the top 10. Top 10 are pretty much all semiconductors. Semis. Mostly semis this morning. Mostly semis. All right. Tesla coming back down a little bit. Give it a few minutes. Just take a few things off here. Okay, there goes Netflix. Apple dropping off here. Apple. Intel reversing a bit. A little profit taking. All right, Apple pulling back. There goes Netflix. All right, Netflix had a couple of good days last week, trying to trick us. Let's see, Microsoft, inside day on Microsoft. Okay, Intel still flirting around here. Intel, NVDA, just giving it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. Firefly is up. Okay, so Firefly, that looked pretty good on Friday. Firefly gapping up. Firefly gapping up. The space. Firefly gap up. Firefly. Firefly. Okay, trying to break out above these levels here. Firefly, if it does, we should get some shorts to cover. There's probably some stops up here. Excuse me. That Celsius has a lot of carbonation in it, so. Okay, so Firefly looks good. Okay, I'll look at Cisco in a minute. Firefly. Firefly. Trying to break out over here. Firefly. Okay, futures coming back down a little bit, so a little profit taking on futures. NVIDIA is up almost 3. Okay, there goes Google. Google's on the move. Google moving up the list. Google. Oh, I sold my Google. Okay. We'll have to look for another opportunity to get into Google. Firefly. Firefly is blasting off here. Firefly. Okay, no pun intended. Firefly. Big move, Firefly. Do, 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 do. All right, looks like Firefly is trying to break out. If we get a breakout, we get some shorts to cover. Looking for a breakout, shorts to cover. Firefly. Firefly. Fly breaking out. Going to trigger some stops. Mhm. There we go. Firefly. Go time. Go time. Let's go. Google back up. Google on the move. There goes Amazon. I sold my Google apparently last week, unfortunately. So I can't participate with you guys and ladies. IONQ and AAOI, those are off a bit this morning. NVIDIA fading a bit. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, Intel. Intel up 2.5. Is fading a bit from that gap up this morning. Looking for a follow through in Intel. Firefly looks good. Okay, Firefly, let's see. Nothing new here. All right, so it's just a breakout. Okay, so MACD crossing. Purely technical, it looks like. Okay, there goes Firefly. Check the rest. Rocket Labs, RKLB. and ASTS, and check the rest. Okay, so Firefly looking pretty good. Okay. Tesla pulling back a bit. Tesla. Futures looking for a bounce. Okay, let's see what hedge flows look like. Hedge flows still dipping a little bit. We got some resistance overhead at 74.25, 7,400 support. So it's only a 25-point differential here between these two levels. New York Fangs are all mixed. Amazon's pushing a bit more. Okay, Firefly coming back in. Firefly, little liquidity grab there. Okay, Amazon's a nice reversal. Amazon might continue here. Let me see. Did I buy some more Amazon? I didn't. I did not. So let me buy some Amazon. Looks good here. Amazon. Okay, we're just getting started. Damn it. I hate this when you enter a symbol and on Thinkorswim, it gives you this list. And if you're too quick, it click on the wrong thing. Let me see. June. Let me go out to June at least. Amazon. Okay, pretty decent spread here. All right, so it looks like this 270s, lots of open interest. 270s. Amazon. Okay, starting to hesitate right now. All right, so I'll wait. Let's see what we can do here. Amazon. Okay. Tesla continues to drop off for whatever reason. I had a pretty decent pullback on Friday. Tesla, if I recall. Tesla. Okay, Amazon. What's Intel? Intel's trying to bounce. Okay, Tesla. Tesla had a pretty nasty move on Friday, right? Yeah, okay. So we're coming back to the 200-day. Probably going to bounce. What's Oracle doing? Oracle, similar kind of look. We break a downtrend. It's not going to go straight up every single day. You have to have some patience with some of these. Oracle, Intel. Intel's holding up fairly well. Okay, there goes Amazon, a little bit more. Amazon. I'm trying to buy some Amazon here. It's bouncing back above the 21-day. Okay, this could fail, so be very watchful, Amazon. Okay. See if this continues. 266.50. The daily looks good. 60 minute. 60 minutes just moving back above the 20 MA after a few days down. Okay, over a week. Consolidating the recent gains. Okay, so 2 weeks down. Looking like it might turn back up, Amazon. I know a lot of people favor it, bigger investors. Futures continue to show weakness. Amazon is moving up. Amazon. Okay, can we get a big move on Amazon today? Intel's still fading. Amazon. Firefly, a little rejection. Okay, looking for a follow through. Okay, what's LUNR look like? Lunar. Okay, that pulled back. VOYG. I'm not familiar with these. Voyager Technologies. Rocket Labs. RKLB. Okay, popping this morning, fading. People taking profits. Quick to take profits. They don't see the bigger picture, I guess. Firefly. Nice little gap up. All right, so people taking profits right there. Looks like we'll pop now. Looked like that was a little liquidity grab above this level here, 46.30, Firefly. Okay. Looks like a little liquidity grab. Okay. We push above the level. They take out some stops, bring it back in. Get some shares. Look for the follow through. Okay. Looks good. Firefly. All right. So we'll keep an eye on Firefly. Amazon pushing a bit higher. Okay. Apple with a nice bounce. Apple. Okay. Apple's been looking really good over the last several weeks. Last Friday before last, Dan Ives gave it a upgrade, $400 price target. There's a few other firms that followed with upgrades and other good commentary. Futures continue to pull back a bit. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, just 9:45, 15, 16 minutes into the trading day. All right, notice there's a lot of purple in the background, okay? Notice that it's a lot of purple. That's telling you positive gamma. You can see all the positive gamma down below. A lot of positive gamma below. Okay, we talked about that last week. Even though we had a expiration, OPEX, we did note that there was a lot of purple into the future down below. Positive gamma. Positive gamma. All right, there goes Amazon. Amazon's still pushing. Amazon's still pushing. Looks really good at the 21 day. If it can manage to follow through, looks good. Microsoft bouncing. Remember, Microsoft looked really good last week. A little selling on Friday. A little selling on Microsoft on Friday right here. Okay. But if we can get above that level and then take out 430 or so, we should see a little bit more upside on Microsoft. Watch Microsoft. Futures, watching futures. Okay, watch for that turn right there. Lots of positive gamma below Nick. Nick Bobic. Banana Fanafofic. Me, my Momic. Nick. All right, so Microsoft looking pretty good here. Microsoft turning back up. Okay, initially a dip. Okay, initially with a dip. So if we go look at the 1 minute chart, okay, Microsoft, if we look at the 1 minute chart, you know, if we get oversold, look at Microsoft, 1 minute chart. Okay, why? All right, there we go. Microsoft. Notice the 1 minute oversold early. That looks good. I do have Microsoft, right? Just want to make sure I don't miss this. Yeah, I do have Microsoft. Good. All right. So Microsoft, I have June and December. I have December 2027. That was a mistake, but that's okay. Paid up for them, but Microsoft 2027, December. Looking for Microsoft to turn over the next several months and continue. Stop. All right, stop. Microsoft, 1 minute. 1 minute. RSI setup. Amazon, follow through. Amazon, follow through day off the 21 day bounce. Okay, looking good. All right, let me just post this. Microsoft. There goes Microsoft. All right, there goes Microsoft. Good job, Microsoft. Keep going. Go, go, go. All right, we'll looking for Morgan Stanley to do something too while we're on the M's. Morgan Stanley. All right, push higher. Morgan Stanley still squeezing. Morgan Stanley still squeezing. Patience. BlackBerry. A lot of you trading BlackBerry with Joel. BlackBerry looks really good. Looks good. BlackBerry looks really good. Looks like it's ready to go. BlackBerry can afford to buy some in the money options on this one, but I would go out, beyond say July, August, September, something like that. 65 deltas, probably $1.10 or so. Okay, Apple's still fading. Microsoft's still going. There goes Amazon. Amazon on the move. Nice move. Amazon. Okay, futures turning. Nice job, Nick. Nice job. Nice entry, Nick. All right, here we go. Big reversal here on the futures. Okay, looking for tick cumulative to turn up. Okay, note the weighted signal. Note Grover's weighted signal as well. Futures. All right, so we're looking pretty good so far. Hope everyone's having a good morning. It's a nice start to the day. Amazon's ripping higher. Okay, BlackBerry looks good. Amazon. Okay, these two. Here's Amazon. Okay, bouncing off the 21 day zone and back above the 9 EMA. Okay, Amazon. Watch that for a ripper. Okay. Cool change. I get these songs stuck in my head and I can't. What's happening here? What's happening there? Or Microsoft. Microsoft, Amazon. Amazon going. Nice catch early. What the hell's going on with Amazon, Microsoft? Okay, something's going on with the leaderboard. Microsoft. Intel. Okay, Amazon looking good. Microsoft, Netflix. All right, those look good. Futures, S&P. Amazon, Microsoft taking off here. Amazon. Thank you, Money, for the updates. Amazon. Microsoft. All right, futures are ripping here. Nice, nice entry, Nick. You got the perfect entry. Wow, that was really nice. That was a really nice entry. Yeah, broke above the 50-day Friday. I liked it. Yeah, Snowflake breaking above the 50-day. Snowflake, a software company, obviously making things good for. Um, yeah, software. Let's see what I want to do with Snowflake. Snowflake. That's looking good for the longer term. Snow. What did I say on the watch list? I put it on the watch list, right? Pretty sure I put it on the watch list, or I was thinking about it anyway. It's on the extended watch list. No? Yeah, it is. Okay. I talked about talked about Snowflake in the weekend video. All right, when is their earnings? I just want to make sure I don't make a mistake here. SNOW. 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 Snowflake earnings May 27th. Okay. So we got a week to go. 29th. Snowflake on the move. Okay, Microsoft looking good. Microsoft. Okay, need some more upside. Futures looking good. Microsoft. All right, looks good. Microsoft. Intel. All right, looking for a bounce in Intel. Firefly, looking for the breakout. Amazon, still going here, Amazon. Okay, Amazon, AMZN, Amazon, starting to flag. All right, Amazon. Netflix still pushing a bit higher. Netflix has got a little work to do, but looking a lot better. Netflix, okay, could be an outside day today. Netflix working on an outside day. Netflix. All right, outside day would be nice. Bullish indication. All right, so if we can get this outside day to work, get back above the 21 day, we could start heading back to the 50 day and 95. There's some big trades that went off on Netflix, I believe. Seem to recall. There goes Google. I didn't get back into Google, unfortunately. Okay. SPY, nice move there. All right. Futures, nice little pop. All right. Netflix looks like it wants to keep going. Amazon, looking for a follow through. Looks like Amazon might keep going here. Boeing, Netflix. All right, these look like they're going to keep going here. All right, Meta's back up. All right, so Meta, a number of you were talking about Meta. Corey in particular talking about Meta, looking for the follow through. I only have FBL shares. That's doing well, so I'm happy with that. Okay, there goes Microsoft pushing a bit higher. Netflix looks good. Microsoft having a good day. Okay, Microsoft trying to break above that horizontal. Really, it's still this descending pattern. Trying to break above that descending pattern. Body of these candles. Okay, so it looks like it's trying to do it right now. Microsoft. I don't need such a big arrow. Get the point across. Okay, MACD's trying to turn up. Amazon pulling back in a little bit. Tesla looking for the bounce. There goes Netflix a little bit more. Netflix going to give us an outside day. Looks like Netflix. Netflix looking for an outside day. Okay. Market. Netflix. Netflix. Watch Netflix. Okay, gets above 90. Should run. We've got dealer hedge flows. Okay. Netflix. All right. Netflix. Okay, watching Netflix. Netflix, not Firefly. Let's see what Firefly is doing. Got rejected. Still trying to get above that high. Shorts up there. All right, so the Nasdaq is pretty populated with a lot of green. A lot of green. Looking for a follow through. All right, Firefly starting to surface again. Let's see if we get any kind of bid. All right, S&P looking like we might continue here. S&P. All right, looking good so far. Okay, Intel looking for the bounce. Okay, BlackBerry looking for the breakout. Let's see, S&P 500. Okay, a little bounce there, S&P. All-time highs. Last week on Thursday, Tesla trying to bounce. Netflix looks okay. Microsoft. Okay, Robinhood rising. Don't forget the energy stocks were really busy last week. Let's take a look at a few of these. XLE. Okay, looks like it's okay. XES, Oil Equipment Services. There's a bunch of those. SEI, Oil and equipment services. ConocoPhillips pushing up against the 50-day. That's probably going to pop through there. Apache got above the 50-day. Looks like it's going to follow through. I was going to buy a little bit of Apache. It's not as volatile. I'm going to buy some more Apache. Let's see, Apache. Let's see. Let me go out to June, July. It doesn't look like we're going to get anything resolved with Iran anytime soon. A 50 delta is going to be about 280, $40, $40, 40 level. Mhm. Okay, I bought some Apache, the 40 strike for July. Apache. Okay, that's on the watch list. Watch list. Apache. Why did I post this in here? Okay, looking for Apache to follow through. Futures continue to rise. All rise. Bounce at the 9 EMA, trending. Probably going to be supportive into NVIDIA earnings at a minimum. We got VIX expiration Wednesday morning. All right, Intel's trying to bounce. There goes Palantir. Palantir with a nice little bounce. Okay, so looking a lot better. Intel. It looks like Palantir is seeing maybe some institutions sneaking in here. They'll get this back above the 50-day in the next few weeks. BlackBerry mentioned by Joel. That's starting to go. BlackBerry's starting to go. Squeeze for this cheapie. Canadian. BlackBerry. Okay. $10 million on the May 22nd. May 22nd, NVIDIA. We got some big ones. We got about $20 million trading. Nice. Thank you. Will Mead. Thank you for that. NVIDIA looking for the bounce. Oracle bouncing. Robinhood at the highs. Palantir at the high of the day. There goes Microsoft, a little bit more. Okay, Amazon looking for continuation. BlackBerry looking pretty good here. BlackBerry, BB, nice Canadian company. Still in business. BlackBerry looks good. BlackBerry, let's look at the 1-minute chart. Okay, that took off. All right, Microsoft. We talked about Microsoft earlier. Okay, so you get the 1-minute RSI is oversold right at the open. It dips, you put a stop underneath, and this has been moving. It's up, what, 7 points? 7 points. Microsoft looks like it's going to keep going. Microsoft. Looks good. Microsoft still going. There goes Microsoft. Looking good. Microsoft looking good. Okay. Move your stop up. Microsoft looks good. All right, looking good. Tesla turning back up. For those of you who bought the dip on Tesla, it looks good. Microsoft back up to 423 and change. Microsoft, BB, BlackBerry looking good. Squeeze. BlackBerry. All right, there goes Microsoft again. Microsoft going again. Looks good. S&P just sitting tight. Microsoft going a little bit more. All right, trying to break down through this area, break out through this area. S&P still stuck, not following through yet. All right, let's see what the hedge flows look like. Hedge flows are trying to start trending. This is non-zero day. Let me just, all right, zoom out a little bit here. You can see there's a ton of new. All right, 0 day is not so much. 0 day, but longer dated calls, you can see there's a ton of longer dated calls in here. Look at all the purple. All that purple is supportive. Okay, Netflix is still going here, folks. Netflix is still going. Okay, there goes Microsoft. This is looking a lot better. Okay, so we needed a broader market advance. Okay, so let's go take a look at advanced decline percent. That's going to help us out if we can get these all rising. Okay, broad market advance at this point. Okay, hedge flows. Hedge flows. All right. Broad market advance so far. Okay, S&P. More than just the New York Fangs this week. Okay, so it's broad markets looking good here. They're all moving higher. That's a good indication. All right, so when you got all four groups, big caps, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ in descending order, these are all moving higher. That looks good. Okay, we can see it in hedge flows as well, trying to make higher highs, higher lows. Looking out, let me see what it looks like on the into next week. Into next week. Okay, a lot of purple down below. Red above 7,500. Volatility. Okay, looking out a week. Lots of purple. Okay, looking out a week. Really like this feature. Really like this feature that Brent and those guys came out with. Okay. Lots of purple. 7,500. Okay, all right, here we go. All right, so this looks good. Looks good. S&P so far. Trade desk. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. I see that. All right, Netflix still going. All right, Netflix looking good. Microsoft taking a little breather at the moment. Firefly. Oh, that's too bad. Firefly looked really good this morning. That faded. Okay. BlackBerry, Amazon, Apache, ARM Holdings. All right. Intel, looking for the bounce. Still early, very early. It's only 9:24 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, May 18th. All right, just looking out into the future. All of this purple down below looks good. Netflix still going. Netflix. Okay, looking good. Going to be an outside day here shortly. Okay, going to take this here, move this down here. Almost an outside day now. Okay, by the end of the day, we'll see if this turns out to be an outside day, bullish engulfing. Looks good. Netflix still going. Netflix is still going here, looking good. All right, Tesla rising. Bitcoin still not doing that great. Back to the 50-day moving average. Oracle. We just check. NVDA pulling back a little bit. NVIDIA. Okay, just keeping an eye on the markets at the moment. Futures are still chopping around. All right, we're not trending at the moment. Futures are not trending. Okay, they're just chopping around. So we could see a doji day. All right, let's go see what up down volume is saying right now. Up down volume is, if it's 1-to-1, that would tell me look for a doji day. Survey says it is 1-for-1. 1-to-1. Okay. Whenever you see that, 1-to-1, look for a doji day. Okay. You can see hedge flows are back and forth for now. Oh boy. Okay, Netflix still pushing. All right, Amazon's trying to go. Apple's turning the corner. Watch Apple. Apple, you might have a setup on Apple. Watch Apple. One minute. RSI setup. Okay, let's look at Apple. Okay, Apple had pulled back. Apple, let's see if it's RSI oversold on the 1 minute. Okay, it is oversold. Okay, you're at the open. You got higher lows in RSI. We're starting to turn back up. I already have an Apple position, I believe. Let me just go check. Um, no, I sold it. All right, so I do want Apple. Apple, APL, Apple. Let me go out to June. Minimum. Apple, June. Okay, where are we? Apple 298. So I want to go 300 is a 52. I can go to 45, which is 305, 310 by a vertical 305, 310. Okay. 305, 310 on a 1 minute. July. I bought July. $305, $310 call on the 1 minute. Setup. Okay, so we're looking for some more upside. Looking for more upside. All right, so no follow through in some of these. Netflix is still pushing. NVIDIA is dropping off here. NVIDIA. Tesla dropping off. Futures dropping off. Okay, a lot of stocks. Moving lower at the moment. Apple, no follow through. I might get stopped out here actually already. Apple. Probably should have waited on Apple for it to get above that 10. A little early. Apple. Netflix looking for that outside day to trigger. All right, we technically have an outside day. We took the high out. Netflix looks good. All right, let me see what hedge flows look like. Could see a choppy day today. Hedge flows turning down. Lots of positive gamma down below. Okay, lots of positive gamma right in this area. Let's see how far they take this. Okay, Amazon retreating from the highs at the moment. Okay. Tesla, not a good day for Tesla on Friday, followed by another bearish candle back to the 200-day. Okay, this is trying to start a phase 2 markup. Oracle similar. It's pulling back to the 21-day. Okay, Intel also pulling back. Intel looked really good this morning. Gapping up. Apple back down to the low of the day. Apple no follow through. Apple. Okay. All right, so we'll wait a few minutes and see if this can find a bounce or not. I'm talking broad market. All right, it looked pretty good this morning. And very quickly. All right, this looks okay. Still looks okay. Let's see what junk bonds look like. Junk bonds didn't look so hot on Thursday, Friday last week. We gapped down on Friday. Okay, so if you're bullish equities, you need to see this start to get back above the 50-day. Not only that, you need to see volume pick up on the buy side. Okay, let's see. USO crude oil, continuation, APA, continuation. All right, so the energy stocks are going to continue, it looks like, this week. ConocoPhillips above the 50-day now. Chevron, ExxonMobil above the 50-day and pushing off now. Notice the Bollinger Bands, ExxonMobil. Energy continues, energy. All right, let's see what VIX looks like. VIX, I did buy some 22s last week. I bought the VIX 22 for June in case there's any weakness. Netflix, all right. Netflix is starting to stall. That was a pretty decent day so far with Netflix. Okay. All right. Looks like the morning is going to be characterized by trapping some people in both directions. I'm thinking that the S&P is going to be chopping people up. Doji day. I'm looking at 1-to-1 up down volume. 1-to-1 up down volume tells you to look for. It's 2-to-1 on the the Qs for now, but the SPY is 1-to-1. The Nasdaq Composite's 1-to-1. The NYSE is 1-to-1. The diamonds are 2-to-1. IWM's 2-to-1. So the SPY, S&P 500 is 1-to-1, and breadth looks okay. So I would suggest just chilling right now and see if we can hold on to some of these levels. Let's see what the S&P is going to do. VIX. Okay, VIX hit 1885, almost 19. I was going to say. All right, so still inside the Bollinger Bands. I imagine we'll have Wednesday expiration. And let's see what the volatility looks like here, actually, while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Term structure for, let's see, where is NVIDIA? FOMC minutes, housing. So the 20th. Okay, this is the 20th. Okay, that right there, that's the volatility for, this is 18th, 19th, 20th, that's the 20th, that's Wednesday, that's NVIDIA. It's not that elevated, really. Not that elevated. Very interesting. Volatility skew. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, into next week, into June. S&P starting to see puts being sold, calls being bought. Okay. All right, we're starting to bounce. Okay, puts are starting to be sold. Okay, over the last few minutes, puts are starting to be sold. Calls are being bought right here. The white line is price action. The orange line is calls. The blue line is puts. You want to see puts sold and calls bought. That creates positive gamma. If we look at trace, we can see lots and lots of purple. Okay, all that purple is supportive. Okay, positive gamma is supportive. We've got 1-to-1 up down volume for the most part, 2-to-1 on the Qs. All right, so chopping people up. There goes Amazon trying to go again. I would suggest just look for these dips to get bought. Okay, dips to get bought on the 1-minute time frame. If you're going to day trade, watch that 1 minute. There goes Amazon, about ready to go again. Amazon looks like it's going to go again. NVIDIA is starting to turn back up. Might be worth a dip buy. Microsoft turning back up. All right, so the 1-minute chart, Microsoft. Let's go take a look at Microsoft. 1 minute for day traders. Okay, for longer term traders, I wouldn't be that concerned about the markets right now. You may want to reduce a little bit into NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. If it's a no-brainer, I mean, if it doesn't, the markets don't pull back 2 to 3%, maybe put some back on. If it does drop 2 to 3% over this week into next week, and we start options filling in for the long-term traders, that will be an opportunity. Let's look at SPHD. SPHD is full of defensive names. Okay, that's starting to bounce. SCHD is a little bit more aggressive. SCHD. SPHD pays a dividend the last week of every month, 12 months out of the year. SCHD pays quarterly. Okay. That's a nice trend there, SCHD. What is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin, nothing yet. Bitcoin, SCHD. Do I want to buy some SPHD? Defensive. These are longer term positions. TRBCX. These are long term positions. Okay, for those of you investing, not worried about day trading or short term swing trading. Okay. Okay, Microsoft. I like this one for a longer term swing. Now, with software getting all beat up and everyone jumping up and down about AI taking over programming as we know it, software was way oversold. So the fear set in, people sold, and now institutions stepped in and picked up shares. Microsoft, if it even gets 50%, you can see where we would go here. I'm looking at 50% on Microsoft, 50% retracement. So take the high and the low. Okay, and that's your targets. Okay, we're at 382. 50% would be around 460 or so, 455. All right, just approximate 452 over there on the left. All right. If you take the, that's the last pivot, so I'd use that one, not this one. Okay, we could do some confluence, right? Which wouldn't be that much different. Confluence here. Some confluence levels. Okay, so 50%, 618, 460 to 470, somewhere around there. Microsoft. Okay, so for the longer term swing trader, you buy some September, October, November, or December. I have Microsoft by mistake. I bought the December 2027, Microsoft 2027s. Okay, so I got plenty of time for this to work. Theta won't be an issue. Okay, Netflix is still pushing here. Netflix, okay. Netflix outside day. Netflix outside day. Volume. Let's see if we can't surpass that big red stick right there, the first week of May. See that big red stick right there? If we can overcome that with a pocket pivot, you won't see the pocket pivot until the end of the day. What is Microsoft's relative volume? Relative volume on Microsoft. Let me just check real quick. Microsoft. Monday, May 18th, 10:47 a.m. All right. Harval on Microsoft. Okay, it's not as high as I thought it would be. 7 million shares. Okay, Microsoft looking for a push. Intel's still fading a bit. Netflix at the high, Amazon at the high, Google's starting to bounce. Apple. S&P. Hedge flows dropping off a bit. Still got a lot of positive gamma below. Non-zero day. All right, Netflix making new highs here. Netflix. Okay, Apple holding on to these levels. Flat doji day. Netflix looking good. Netflix outside day. Working. Netflix outside day. Okay. Netflix outside day. Netflix. All right, positive gamma. Watching this positive gamma, see if we can't get a turn. It is a little bit later in the day, 10:50, almost 11 o'clock. Okay, Firefly, fly, robin, fly, up to the sky. All right, so we got overbought very quickly. People took profits into strength. We took out some stops overhead. Looks like a liquidity grab earlier. The trend is up. The 9 EMA is rallying, RSI is rising, and all of these space-related names have been pretty strong. Let's see what Rocket Labs is doing. Rocket Labs holding at the highs. Rocket Labs a little bit off the high of the day, but up near last week's high of the week. ASTS, VOYG, Voyager. Okay, all of these look good. Netflix, though, Netflix is looking pretty special. Okay, bullish engulfing. Can we get back to the 50-day at 94? Above 90, the dealers kick in, start buying shares. So we needed above 90. All right, Intel's starting to turn. Intel. Firefly. Okay, so Firefly, something's up. Okay. Netflix looks good. Netflix. Netflix. I was about to say, tell me I don't have Netflix. For some reason, my mind skipped a beat there. Of course, I have Netflix. All right. So, Netflix, I have August calls. All right. Netflix, August calls. I got some 100s, which are out of the money by more than $10. We should be okay, though. Should be okay. August, I think we can be back there before end of June, if not sooner. Netflix. Okay, Tesla still showing weakness. Netflix, Tesla showing weakness. All right, futures starting to turn back up. S&P with up down volume 1-to-1. Okay, Netflix still rising. All right, this is one of the better days on Netflix. Pretty obvious. Netflix. Sorry about that. I keep hitting this freaking mute button. All right, Netflix at the high of the day. Outside day for now. Okay, Apple back down to the low of the day. Apple. All right, Intel's starting to bounce. Watch Intel for a 1 minute setup. Intel for a 1 minute RSI setup. Check out Intel. Starting to go right now oversold. Looking for a follow through and a bounce.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, so we got a nice little turn here so far in Intel. Okay, Intel, nice turn. Starbucks. Okay, S&P back down to the low. Apple is testing the low right here. Apple testing this low. Okay, taking out some stops in both directions. Stops in the up at the highs, stops at the lows. Bearish looking candle for today. Inside day for now. Could pull back a bit more. Watching Apple. Okay, hedge flows looking supportive. A lot of purple down below. A lot of purple. Okay, looking for hedge flows to turn back up. Lots of support down below 7,400. Right in this area, watching. Okay, Netflix. Okay, at the high. Outside day so far. Feels like a different Netflix for now. Like to see volume above a little bit more volume. Intel turning back up. Watch Intel. Intel, nice 1 minute setup. Intel reversing back up. Intel, that was this morning. Can take that off now. Okay. Be nice to see this turn bullish for the day. Back above VWAP. VWAP is overhead. Intel. Okay, Bitcoin back down to the 50-day. Headed back down to the 50-day. Bitcoin. Yeah, they're supposed to release the prospectus, I guess, for the IPO, SpaceX IPO this week, which I believe Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs. I know Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs are the lead on this. Morgan Stanley still no follow through yet. What is it IPO from last week? Cerebras, CBRS was it? CRBS? No. CBRS? All right, there it is. Okay, Cerebras. Back to 298-ish. All right, that's nothing there. All right, Netflix. All right, so everything's starting to stall a little bit. Hedge flows trying to bottom. We'll see what happens here. They're selling. The selling has dissipated. Let's see what Hero is saying. Hero, S&P. All right, so you can see from about 1035, put selling. So sell puts below. That's supportive. That creates positive gamma. Orange line rising. That would be call buying. Both of these produce positive gamma. So if you put these together, you get a line that's rising, positive gamma. You also can see below lots of purple. That's positive gamma and supportive. OPEX is out of the way. So if we get more put selling down below and a lot more positive gamma down below, that would be supportive going into the next few days as we fill in OPEX, the losses from OPEX, the loss of support from OPEX. So just giving it a few more minutes. Okay, Intel's still trying to bounce some more. S&P's at the low. Hedge flows are just sitting here. Up-down volume is 1-to-1. Okay, it's still a little bit more 2-to-1 on the Qs, but S&P and the NASDAQ Composite and the New York Stock Exchange are all 1-to-1. Dow Industrials are 2-to-1. Let me go take a look at the Dow Industrials. Let's see. Intel, Dow Industrials. Okay, Doji. Gravestone Doji for now, sitting on top the 21-day, tight Bollinger Bands. It's like everybody's waiting for NVIDIA earnings. Okay, NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA. All right, so it'd be a hoot if we see buyers all day long from the low. New York FANG. Let's see what the New York FANG looks like. FANG, New York FANG. Okay, sitting on top the 21-day. Can we bounce into Wednesday and take off to the upside if Intel or if NVIDIA earnings are good? Or, not the end of the world if we pull back. If the New York FANG pulls back to the 21-day, it would still be a higher low. If it lost the 21-day because of NVIDIA, perceived as bad, I don't see it. But if it does come down to the 21-day, over the next week or so, we'll see some options fill in. So that's why I was taking off a lot of profits over the last couple of weeks. I'm going to be slow to add money back until after NVIDIA earnings. Day trades, Apple already. Apple's moving a bit lower so far. Apple. That would stop you out. It's probably stopping you out right now. Apple. Netflix is at the high. Netflix looks good. Okay, by the end of the day, we should see, I would think, a different picture. Right now, you can see hedge flows are trying to turn the corner. They're not selling off. And we know that if we look out in the future for the rest of the week, you can see all purple down below. Okay. So that's good. That's supportive into the end of the week. For now, Netflix. Google's starting to bounce. I don't have a Google position. I'm thinking about Google, but I got to temper my enthusiasm, curb my enthusiasm. Google does look good, though. It looks like it wants to keep going, right? What about GGLL? GGLL. Okay, 150. GOO. Let's see. Direxion one time. Oh, that's a bear. NVIDIA. GGLL. Okay, that's the only one. GG. Whatever happened to Canada Goose? What are they doing these days? $8, $9. Wow. This has come a long way. Canada Goose. They were a hot to trot there for a long time. Right? Canada Goose hit a high of 72. It's down here at $9.60. Talk of falling out of bed. Netflix, Intel. See, Intel's trying to bounce. Okay, I'm just slow to react right now because I want to see S&P if it's going to bounce. Is hedge flow going to turn up or is it going to turn back down and test this 73.50 level? Okay. New York FANG is sitting on top of the 21-day, which is telling me to chill right now. Okay, we could lose the 21-day if we take out the low of the day. Energy has been strong, so if you're going to trade anything, watch the energy space. Energy is strong. Okay, so stocks like Apache, I have a position in. I added to this morning, Apache, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, Diamondback Energy. These are all suggested or pointed out on the watch list. Diamondback, Devon Energy. Pretty obvious where the money is flowing right now. Somewhat defensive. ExxonMobil. All right, moving away. The refiners like Phillips 66. What's it? Delic DK? Is it Delic DK? DK is Delic. I believe they're out of Texas. Valero, Vistra, Okay, all of the energy names that are suggested on the watch list. Watch list. Okay, so we get that. What's IGV doing? IGV. Okay, that looks pretty good actually when you think about it. IGV. Friday, it did not move lower like the index did. S&P. Okay, we're showing relative strength. Stocks like Microsoft benefiting. We got Snowflake. Snowflake breaking the downtrend. Snowflake. Workday. Okay, trying to get above the 50-day. I'll look at your favorite software names. What's Palantir doing? Palantir. Okay, still sitting down here. Looked a lot better earlier. But energy is definitely the place to look. All right, if you're going to day trade, maybe focus on energy. Apple got stopped out. Looks like Apple. Okay. Netflix still hanging in there. Netflix at the high. But energy is definitely the place to be. Okay, Apache. Okay, Apache from the low this morning. Oversold condition. Tremendous strength continues here. Abbott Labs, ABT. Abbott Labs turned corner. Yep. And it's defensive. Abbott looks fine. Microsoft turning back down. Microsoft. Apple looks like it's kind of headed back to the 9 EMA. Apple. So last week we had Tuesday, Wednesday. A lot of buying going on. Tuesday, Wednesday, volume picked up. All right. So my thoughts are that Tuesday, Wednesday, the buyers show up. Thursday, Friday, we hang out at the highs. We test 303, come back in. But these buyers should still be here, I would think. 292.50. Okay. Wedbush gave us a $400 price target. So I got a feeling the buyers are going to probably show up in this area north of 290, 292.50. What is the money magic levels? Okay. VIX. Watch VIX as well. Apple 300. Okay, we're below 300 and 300, 290. So 290 and 300 are the put walls for Apple. S&P 500. All right, testing the low right here. S&P. Okay, so we could get a multi-day fade. S&P. I have VIX calls. The June 22s. This is pretty tame for now. Okay, the energy space. Energy space is where we should focus. If you're day trading, focus on energy because these are actually doing very well. Okay, Apache still trending. Vistra, Valero, Conoco, Chevron. They all look exactly the same. Exxon. Pretty obvious institutions are buying these. Devon, Halliburton, Hemmerich and Payne, HP. What's Baker Hughes doing? Baker Hughes turning back up. Okay, Baker Hughes outside day on Baker Hughes. This one's both in energy and in energy generation with diesel, I believe, and natural gas. I'm not sure if it's one or the other or both. Um, Generators for these big data centers. So they got into that business. Okay. All right, just give it a little time. Oklo. Let's take a look at Oklo. Energy name, Oklo. No, I wouldn't. Unless a hammer. Oklo. By end of day. Yeah, I mean, that could keep moving lower. RSI is dropping. Volume shows institutions have been sellers. Above average volume. All right, so it looks like we have to wait until the evening session to give us an idea whether or not this bounce is going to get bought. I keep looking at the hedge flows. They keep drifting lower. Looked like they were going to turn there for a moment. And positive gamma, big positive gamma node down here, just below at 73.50 to 73.60. We're still drifting down in that direction. I wouldn't buy until you start to see institutions buying on Tesla. Energy is where they're focused. COP, CBX, ExxonMobil, TVN, APA, EOG, PSX, PIST, PLO. Okay, energy is where they're all focused. Okay, don't get so caught up in trying to buy dips that you don't that you're overlooking where the obvious strength is. Okay, so looking at the obvious strength, Vistra. Okay, these are all taken off to the upside, and if you buy on a 1 minute with RSI oversold, like we saw this morning, most of these did exactly the same thing. Okay, they all doing the same thing. Chevron, ExxonMobil. It's pretty obvious where the money is flowing right now. Okay, more defensive. Let's see what the sectors are telling us. Okay, stocks showing strength. Industrials, 3M. Interesting. XLI, 3M. Okay, so let's look at Caterpillar. Here's 3M. Caterpillar. No. Okay, Cummins. No. Generac, GNRC. No. However, Baker Hughes. Yes. Okay, Baker Hughes. BKR. BKR, not BLR. BKR. Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes looks good. Netflix is holding the highs for now. SPY is still only 1-to-1. NASDAQ is 1.5. New York Stock Exchange 1.5. The Qs are only 2-to-1. It's really not that bad. Really not that bad as far as down volume. is concerned. So I would just wait and see if it's just the institution selling or shaking a tree in the morning session. All right, we had not a bad day, aside from a couple of things that are moving lower. Um, Everything's pointing higher. S&P 500. Okay, so advanced decline percent looks pretty good. I'd like to see junk bonds move back above the 50-day. Equal weight index, trying to bounce. Equal weight number of stocks above the 20-day. Okay, I like when it pulls back, because when it pulls back, you know that you have opportunities. But then you have to weigh it with Wednesday is only 2 days away. 2 more trading days, 3 total, I guess if you count today. So Wednesday earnings. So I would wait, you know, maybe we get some kind of turn here. The fact that this is pulled back, much better opportunity than if you had bought up here at 80% above the 20-day. Now that we bounced right around 38, 36%, much better entry. So if these turn, number of stocks above the 50-day also turning from like 44%. Okay. So 66% of stocks were below 56. Sorry, 56% of stocks were below the 50-day. Much better to buy on the dip once everything starts to turn. There's no hurry. Okay, we still need to see a bounce here. S&P equal weight. Let's see. Let's go to the New York Stock Exchange. Let's look at the number of new highs minus the number of new lows. Quick calculation. Okay, we're back above the zero line. Okay, so buying the dip, provided you see a reversal candle. The suggestion of, do I like, what was it? Oklo. All right, so you can see that a number of stocks are going to be bouncing. You don't have to act today, and especially considering when NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday, I wouldn't jump in 100% on anything. I would just scale in. All right, so Apple just keeps going, so that got stopped out. Apple. All right, so those are going to be off for a couple of days. Some of these tech stocks, Netflix is at the high. Google, Amazon, there's no hurry to do anything with these. S&P is still moving back down, S&P. But it's not like 10-to-1 down volume. Okay. All right, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. All right, Netflix pulling back from the high of the day. Okay, so we're looking for something. We're below VWAP S&P. So for now, we have some more of a bearish sentiment to start. Stochastics, RSI, MACD, everything is oversold for now on the short time frames. S&P 500. Let's see if some shorts start to cover here or not. More bear flags. Okay. Adobe software, Adobe. Okay, Adobe software. All right, there it goes. Back up, Adobe. Okay. All right. Some stocks are trying to, looks like some stocks are starting to see some short covering on the tech side. Energy is where a lot of the strength is at the moment. Energy. Okay, Apache. All the energy names look good. Apache, Chevron, ConocoPhillips. These are starting to show signs of some profit taking at the highs. Devon. All right, profit taking. Apache. Okay, Apache at the highs now. Apache. All right, some profit taking at the highs. Energy names. All right, so we're looking for BNC pivots now. Baker Hughes. Okay, Baker Hughes. Let's see, BKR. All right, Baker Hughes. All of these energy names are starting to show a little bit of profit taking. Baker Hughes. I'm just taking a few things off that I've had for a couple of weeks here. Baker Hughes. What do I want to do with Baker Hughes? That looks okay, I guess. Blackberry. Let's see. Firefly looked good this morning. Firefly. Okay. Let's see if they do anything today. Firefly. See if they buy the dip. Starting to buy the dip here. Firefly. Watch that one. That might get something going here. Firefly. Okay. Firefly. Let's see what this does. Firefly. S&P trying to bounce. Firefly. Okay, what do I have here? I got 10 of those. Okay, 45 call. Okay, for June. 45.55 for June. Okay, we're starting to see some of these stocks starting to turn, some short covering perhaps on stocks like Apple. Okay, starting to turn off the low here. Okay, so RSI, technically you got a higher low. Okay, so technically you have a higher. You know what? Let me go to just tighten this up a little bit. Let's go to the 3-minute. 3-minute. Okay, so you've got a higher low. Okay, this is a higher low. That is a higher low. And you got a lower low. Now we're starting to bounce. This is the second stock within the last couple of weeks. I think Microsoft was one where we got into early and it wound up bouncing and doing fine by the end of the day with a lower low and a higher low on RSI. So we'll watch this and see if this continues. Okay, Apple. All right, let's see what Apple does. 3 minutes. Keep an eye on this one. Looks like shorts covering Apple. S&P starting to bounce. Microsoft as well. Microsoft trying to turn the corner. Similar idea. We didn't make a lower low, however. We made a higher low on RSI, higher low on price action. Let's see if this turns back up. Software is doing really well. Snowflake. Okay, that looks okay. Snowflake. Snowflake breaking the 50-day. All right. Oracle. A little bit worse for where Oracle's starting to consolidate. We knew that, or we suspected and assumed that Oracle's going to take a while to get going, but it's being productive. Every time it pulls back, it bounces, pulls back, consolidates. We're looking for the next bounce and a push above the 200-day. Probably gets rejected at 200-day initially. So Oracle, we're looking into next year on this one, swing wise, position wise. All right, I want to see a little bit more performance from Oracle before I start adding to a position. Intel trying to turn software. Okay, energy has been very strong. Energy's been very strong. Okay, that's at the high of the day. XLE, Apache, a little bit of profit taking in some of these, starting to turn back up now. Okay. Looking for a BNC pivot. These have run quite a bit today. Apache, let's see what the ATR is on this one. $1 and change. Okay, it's up $1 and change. These look like they're going to continue. ExxonMobil. I'd really like to buy some ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil at the high of the day. Can't buy it up here. Got to wait for a BNC pivot at a minimum. S&P 500 looking for the bounce. Higher low in RSI. Notice the divergence, bullish divergence in RSI. Let's see if we can catch a bid here or not. Hedge flows trying to turn. These need to start grinding higher. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, May the 18th. A little dip first off. We had a nice pop this morning and then a dip, probably shaking out some weak hands this morning. A quick trade to the downside. A quick trade to the upside as well earlier. Firefly. Let's see what Firefly looks like. Firefly, still looking for that. Still looking for buyers to show up. Okay, once again, let's take a look at what's working. Honeywell, engines, Chevron, CRM, software, CRM, Disney, Visa, Verizon, Sherwin-Williams, okay, Dow Jones, S&P 500, Dominion Energy. There's a buyout, I guess. Somebody's buying out Dominion Energy. FactSet. All right, this was active on Friday. FactSet trying to break to the upside, back above the 50-day. Netflix, same idea. Netflix trying to break back above the 50-day. We need to see this bullish engulfing result in higher prices for Netflix. Okay, Netflix. ServiceNow at the 50-day. Traders seem to be a bit more cautious today after 7 weeks up. Traders seem to be more cautious to start the week. This is week number 8. Starting off with a spinning top for the weekly. Wouldn't be surprised to see this pull back to 7,200, 7,130 or so, the 10 EMA. Doesn't mean it's going to, but I wouldn't be surprised. We've been running for 7 weeks straight. I didn't think we'd get 6 weeks up, much less 7 weeks up. Last week was week number 7. This is number 8. Tesla's starting to turn. So look to buy the dip. Okay, so still not getting the follow through on the bid. Things like Apple. Okay, S&P. S&P daily. Okay, so like last week, if you recall early, what I told you was because we had purple below and purple above, that we'd probably see a doji price action back and forth. For now, we've got support down below. So most likely this is going to turn back up. So anybody who shorted like came in earlier, starting to see some people closing positions, starting to see hedge flows turning up. So the selling has dissipated. This could roll back over again like it did at around 1045. But look for this to turn up. If it can manage to turn up, we do have a lot of support down below. Non-zero day and 0 day, you can see right here. Support at 73.60 and 73.50. There's not a whole lot up here. So we'll probably start to see 0 days, some selling up here at some point. If we run back up, we'll see some people selling up here. But it's purple all the way up to 7,500. 7,500 starts to build like 74, 80, 90, up to 7,500. You're starting to see red come into the screen. So the point I'm trying to get at is that you've got purple below, looking for more purple overhead, looking for more positive gamma. We'll see that with hedge flows and with dealer. You can see right here. Look at the S&P right now. Okay, that's put selling and call buying. If I separate these, you can see both of these are turned up. Put selling creates positive gamma. That's support below. Calls being bought, that's positive gamma. Both of these together are rising at the moment. Okay. What happened here? Okay. All right. There we go. So we're looking for both of these to turn up. Just waiting for some more bids to come into the market. Adobe, watching Adobe software related names, IGV. Software sector, kind of flat at the moment. Software sector compared to yesterday's or Friday's close, we're flat right at that level. It's trending. Looking for Microsoft to catch a bid. Apple still moving a bit lower. Looking for Apple to regain some footing into the evening session. Nothing yet. Okay, S&P 500 trying to turn. Just sitting here below VWAP with the prospect that we could fade a bit more. So I'm going to wait for a little bit more information. S&P trying to turn back up. Let's keep an eye on hedge flows and see what's going on here. Hedge flows. All right, so for now, it looks like we're starting to turn. Okay, we're trying to turn the corner, starting to see some stocks turn up like Tesla, Microsoft, Apple, NVDA. Okay, NVIDIA, if you liked NVIDIA, you're probably going to like it even more right now as we turn up. Okay. Looking a lot better.
Welcome to Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Scarlett Fu. Katie Breitfeld is off for the day. Let's get to the biggest stories right now in the nearly $22 trillion global ETF industry. The global bond sell-off leading the 30-year U.S. Treasury yield now at its highest since before the financial crisis. Now, in a few minutes, we're going to discuss fixed income and investment-grade credit with Matt Brill of Invesco. And after 6 weeks, the memory ETF DRAM is at almost $10 billion in assets. And by some measures, it's indicated to be one of the fastest growing ETFs in history. We'll get to more about shortly. But as always, Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence gets us started, and he kicks us off with a look at flows.
Thank you, Scarlett. Yeah, so the flows are, again, relatively bullish.
All right, turning down again. Hedge flows turning back down again. So we want to be cautious that we don't get trapped. Bull trap.
This is interesting. DRAM, as Scarlett just mentioned, this is a 1-month-old ETF, the 6 weeks maybe. It just came out and it's already 10 billion, faster growing than IBIT, which is the BlackRock Bitcoin ETF that we talked about for like 18 months here. So DRAM, just unbelievable. Palladium, if this is right, and it might be tax flow, but I don't think so. Big chunk of money into Palladium. Let's look at the outflows last week, and you're going to see SPY at the top, so a little bit money coming out of SPY and DIA. That offsets a little of that Q's excitement. There's some money coming in.
Okay, no follow through yet. We haven't turned up markedly. You can afford to wait a little bit longer. See if these turn at all, or if we're going to continue to see bear flags today. We've been up for 7 weeks. This is week number 8, so I'm honestly very impressed with the price action with strength. The main deal here is that earnings have been really good. Earnings have been really good. So if you just look at what Warsh is going to be dealing with when he comes in, okay, let me just create a little screenshot here. Okay. Okay. And use this. Let me do this here. Okay.
That's interesting with that dynamic with the flows. But as you are saying, these are not buying.
Okay, so I already did this. I did this on Friday, actually. All right, so new Fed chair. Okay, one of the things people are talking about is, there's a new Fed chair coming in, and the odds are that new Fed chair gets tested. That may be true. There's a big difference, though, between each of these, slight differences. But under Volcker, the S&P corporate earnings growth completely stalled and turned deeply negative, contracting sharply between 81 and 82, 1981, 82. Under Greenspan, if you traded the crash of 87 or after, which is what I did, there was a 33% pullback in 3 trading days. That was crazy. I remember watching people standing by the water cool discussing their mutual funds and whatever else they had, investments. Back then, you couldn't get through on a phone. You couldn't get a hold of your broker, and the brokers stopped answering the phone calls. And the internet wasn't what it is now, so you couldn't sell on your own. You had to call a broker. That was under Greenspan. Greenspan's multi-decade term oversaw the most spectacular corporate earnings expansion in American history. If you remember, a lot of these .coms were making tons of money, but their earnings weren't, their earnings weren't keeping up with what people were throwing at it. These venture capitalists and stuff. A lot of these companies had 50, 60, 70, some of them 100 PEs. Okay. So under Bernanke, of course, that was during the housing bubble, 77% year-over-year collapse in S&P corporate earnings. All of you remember that, I'm sure, if you've traded it. Under Yellen, another earnings recession between 15 and 16, 2015, 16. And then Powell, of course, multi-year, 10-year, a violent historical roller coaster, corporate profit margins, pandemic, stimulus. There were printing machines going crazy. And then we had the 2022, 2023 bear market. A different picture. So we'll see how far we can go with this, but a lot of people are thinking more bullish for the S&P. We still got to see the proof, though. We can't just assume that they're going to let this bounce for a eighth week. Netflix turning back up. Netflix looking okay. Our S&P, we're looking for that to turn up. Still below VWAP. Microsoft trying to turn back up. Microsoft. Okay. Software. Let's see what BlackBerry looks like here. BlackBerry, Nokia, and okay. Nokia fading a bit. The energy names, that's where the strength is. Energy, APA, all of these showing strength. Okay, making new highs.
Right. I mean, it's hard to do that with oil prices staying
Energy. ExxonMobil, XOM. That's pulling back right now. I'm looking for BNC pivots now. I'm not going to buy any energy names up here. I'll wait for them to give us BNC pivots. If you're new in the room, you don't understand what I'm talking about. The markets tend to peak anywhere from, sometimes it's early in the morning, sometimes it's later in the evening. Depends on the markets and the sectors, depends on what is going on with the indices. But generally, most of the time, between 11 and 12 o'clock, we get that A pivot. That's because the traders on the West Coast, a lot of times, and Pacific Mountain Time, they go to work. They get up early, 6:30 or 7:30, trade the open, and then they exit and go to work. And a lot of times we'll have this little pullback. So, okay, so that's AB. We're looking for B and C pivots now. As lunchtime comes into the East Coast, traders will come back from lunch around 1 o'clock. This will drift a little bit lower. We'll look for B and C. Buy the dip in the evening session. Let's see what they're talking about on CNBC. Okay, Netflix.
Right. Except here's the difference. I think at this point on vigilantes, which include focused on the deficit. Deficit's going to be 1.9 trillion this year versus 1.7 trillion, was already a record. So all that's conspiring to drive up rates. So I don't think there's an off ramp for rates.
Yeah, the big thing, the elephant in the room is what the 10-year yield is doing. Okay, we need to get the 10-year down. We need a 10-year to roll over. Okay, Netflix turning back up. Netflix strength returning. Netflix B and C pivots. There's your oversold condition. Netflix oversold. Netflix oversold. 1 minute RSI running bullish now.
But this is one of those markets where you have a 5% pullback. Everybody's like, oh, that kind of feels kind of nasty. And then at the end of the 5%, everybody's like, oh, phew, was waiting for something like that because the market was right for it. You were getting into unhealthy places where everything was like up and to the right.
Can I just add one thing though? 5 to 10%? That's the market. There's going to be a much bigger correction in the AI trade. So it's going to keep to 5 to 10%. It's because the equal weight just hasn't moved as much. So that's going to be the ballast for keeping the overall indices from going down further.
Look, I think you're leaning forward in your chair. I said at the top, you're standing ready. You're aware of what's going on in the bond market. You're not taking action yet. Congratulations that you sold some stuff last week. Maybe I wish that I did, but I didn't do anything. I bought more Apple on Wednesday. So I'm still sitting with the center of my personal portfolio directly allocated towards the AI and the momentum story. But I'm aware, I'm understanding if yields continue to move higher, one of two things are going to happen. You're going to get your 5 to 10% correction, or what I think is going to happen is the market is going to do what it's done all year, which is it's going to rotate. It's going to rotate into other areas of the market. Now, there hasn't been sustainability in that rotation, but I think there's enough.
Okay, let's see if we can't get hedge flows to turn up. All right, so this looks like it's starting to bottom. Showing signs of a potential bottom. Note the purple S&P. Note the purple positive gamma.
Like B of A, they raised their earnings forecast. They were at $310. They're at $335. Why? Strength in commodities in part. And TMT, tech, media, and telecom.
Yeah, they're going up, and margins are continuing to look ever more attractive. And in those other sectors, Scott, I mean, if you take out technology and you take out energy, you have kind of but you still have a reasonable basis. You look at consumer discretionary and financials, for instance; those are still double-digit earnings growth for this year. I mean, it's not 50%, but it could be 20%. And so, to your point, I just don't know how you can get if we got that 5 to 10% pullback that Weiss is talking about, I don't know how you could not remain constructive, because at that point, I think not only would
Okay, Netflix turning back up.
CPUs, analogs they don't own already, but they're also going to see some benefit to the defensive stuff that they've held on to. So what? I just don't know that
Microsoft turning up, Apple turning up, Microsoft, Apple.
Equity, I actually think it's an opening.
I don't think that rates are
Shorts
necessarily
covering
the thing that
at lows.
is going to upend the bull market. A change in the AI story.
Tesla
certainly
too.
could, but rates moving a bit higher.
Maybe NVIDIA.
In and of itself is enough to wreck the bull market. Do you?
No, I definitely don't. I think to Shannon's point, I think the AI infrastructure story has just only expanded to include other pieces. Like it was always kind of the NVIDIA story, and then we kind of moved into memory. We moved into other places in that market, the custom silicone TPUs, Marvell, and obviously the Google chips. So there's a story that is significant, and I think it is, to Paul Tudor-Jones' perspective, I think it is a multi-year story, and I think the opportunity.
Firefly. I really want to add to Firefly.
Because I think there's
I got 10 already. I don't need any more right now. Just a little bit cautious, as we stated in the weekend video, and also in the email I sent out. You should be cautious to start the week. We had a nice pop-up this morning that got sold. Now we're seeing the dip buyers coming in. So they sold the early. A lot of people probably regretting selling. Didn't shaking out. Intel had a nice pop this morning. That gave back all of that gain from this morning.
Supply chain disruptions that others are feeling? No, we don't feel those constraints. And I think that's very powerful. I think the 212 area for this stock is critically important. Let's remember it's been 6 months basically trading in a sideways range. On October 29th, 212, that was the high. So that should now be
Netflix.
Support. I don't think you could.
Firefly. Let's see. Firefly. Let's see what that's doing. Firefly trying to turn up now. Firefly.
Expectation when the president went over to Beijing. But I think, look, the anticipation is this is going to be a blockbuster report. It's built into the stock price for sure. I think it's reflected in what we're seeing with Broadcom, which reports on June 3rd as well.
Maybe not a factor for China in the short term.
No, I think the expectation is that you would get some relief on the chips and finally get the.
Sorry, go ahead.
And get the revenue contribution that's been missing over the last 6 months.
I was going to say Broadcom's target to 490 today at UBS. You have NVIDIA too. Look, I don't know what they can possibly say that's going to be a surprise to anybody.
Yeah.
It's likely going to be a bullish outlook. I mean, the hyperscalers already sort of gave you the roadmap for what this company is going to continue to deliver at. I mean, I know that whatever whisper numbers are, the bar continues to be raised, but they continue to at least meet it or get over whatever they have to get over. Not that the stock's going to have a tremendous move on the backside of it, because it hasn't really done that. It's taken a little bit to digest it, and then it has this ramp. I don't know what this time.
Okay, Microsoft watching. That could see a nice little run up here. Microsoft. It's too early to tell, but it's looking a little better. Microsoft. Okay.
Ratio, right? I think this kind of transition, I think the Blackwell ramp calls are something that's been in the news, right? Transitioning from selling individual GPUs to server racks require more labor and more complexity. I think that is something to be looked at, but it's going to be a blockbuster quarter. We've already heard from all the hyperscalers in terms of CapEx. So, no news there, but I think it'll be solid. But that's where my focus is: the forward guidance and the margins.
Okay, so we'll wait for that on Wednesday, and we'll see what happens. White, she made a move in terms of mega caps. And by the way, we are just off the back of 13F season, which I always tell everybody, just take it with a grain of salt, because the most nimble of traders are who they are because of how they trade. And what Appaloosa doubling an Amazon stake revealed in a 13F and adding SanDisk in the first quarter. Who knows what's the case actually today? But nonetheless, the smartest money on the street sees what everybody else sees. Okay, these are the places to be.
Tesla turning back up.
Its Alphabet stake. Sondheim's D1 Capital. They added to Amazon, NVIDIA, Broadcom, and they exited Meta. You trim Meta. Take me through that.
Yeah, so if you recall,
Meta turning back up. Meta. Looking for Meta to get above the 50-day moving average. Is still having some difficulty. Flat BWAP for now.
I had a trading position that did not work out, and so the
Patchy.
was too large. I lost money on the trading position.
Okay, these are all at the highs. I would wait for B and C pivots. I would wait for a B and C pivot for any new entries. All right, if you didn't buy the low of the day, wait for the evening session. RSI to get oversold right now. You don't want to buy up here at the high of the day.
Overweight reiterated 775 is the price target.
New York Fang's looking a little better. Let's see what that is telling us.
Slower hiring and higher capex.
Okay, so
Is their key thesis.
New York Fang. New York Fang. Okay, we're looking for a bounce here. All the moving averages are stacked except for the 50 and 200 day. It looks like the 50 day is going to cross up through the 200 day in the next week or two. I don't know. There's a lot of emphasis on NVIDIA's earnings on Wednesday after the close. I mean, it's only one stock. Is it going to have that big of an impact? Maybe. I see that 50 and 200 day about to cross on the New York Fang. That looks really good. Advanced decline percent still rising. That looks good. All right, we should be okay, I would think, for an 8th week. Equal weight index trying to bounce. Equal weight number of stocks above the 20-day has turned up. This could get a multi-day rally out of this. All depends on NVIDIA, of course, I guess. All right, all of these are turning now. All of these New York Fangs are starting to turn. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple's starting to turn off the low. Okay, this could get above the 100 period moving average. Next time, yell at me. Wait for the 100 period. Okay, so we got rejected here. We took something earlier. Right in this area right here, around 10 o'clock-ish. That failed. Stopped out. Looking for it to turn back up. Can always get back in where you got stopped out. Apple looks like it's going to start going now. Apple.
And I don't actually disagree with Krinsky here. You can see the whole group under some pressure with this froth, but then there's likely
Okay, Apple looking better. Apple looks like it's going to go.
Same way we've seen in other parts of the AI ecosystem. And so I think this is an opportunity for a breather, perhaps, for some managers, especially active equity managers who haven't had this exposure, to potentially pick off if we do get some weakness. So I agree with Jason. I think this would be a buying opportunity.
Why'd you trim Micron? I mean, we know the stock's been up, so it's kind of sounds like a dumb question, but there still feels like there's a lot of momentum behind it.
Okay, here we go. All right, Apple going. Apple popping now.
As you recall, I trimmed 10% last week, and this morning, I sold the pre-market.
Apple going here. Good call. Big pop.
Top tick, but I came pretty damn close to it. I've heard this story and seen this movie many times.
NVIDIA turning.
Okay. Story, which means that it looks very cheap next year, and actually at 800 didn't look so cheap last year because the average multiple was like 6 times,
just like 8.5, I think, or something. Yeah, we're in the ballpark of that now.
Exactly right, which is not cheap, right?
All right, it's Adobe doing. What's Adobe doing?
And I just thought with
Adobe, ADBE, Adobe. All right, back up to the highs, Adobe. Okay, I missed that one, David. Thank you.
But for me, it became such a large position in a month and a half that it just didn't pay to hold on to something that was an irresponsibly large part of my portfolio.
Multiples come in just a touch to it in the between Friday and today. It's a little more than 7 times. Now, interesting.
Right, and if you recall, when I went into it, I said, I'm going to ride momentum as long as I can. When that momentum starts to die, I'm going to start hitting the exit. Now, I'm not going to exit the whole position.
Okay, we just got rejected. S&P just got rejected. Okay.
So I'll tolerate the volatility. I'm not saying I won't sell anymore, but I don't see myself exiting the position.
See, there was a moment on that chart where it looked for a minute like momentum may have run out on this name, and that it was going to have, maybe a deeper pullback. It's like, I don't know if it was in April.
Yeah, it's when I bought it, April 30th. It was at 350.
Well, you could see, so it comes down, right? After it has the ramp, right? It comes down a touch and then it just goes right back up.
Yeah.
So Melius today raises targets across the board that they're going to continue to take share from software.
Futures just got rejected. S&P. Okay, watching the hedge flows. This needs to start trending. Hedge flows need to start trending. Non-zero day. Watching it. Non-zero day.
For me, Qualcomm has obviously been the name, and it hasn't traded well
Okay.
up until the last several weeks, right? And I think we were talking about
Okay,
this
we need
a
that
couple weeks ago
turn.
on the show.
We need this to turn
Their
up.
report wasn't phenomenal. I think my story with them is they have been other divisions of the business have been doing better. So IoT, auto business was up +30. And there was kind of just talk about delivery to a hyperscaler, but the stock has run a ton in the last month. So for me, I thought it was a little bit prudent to kind of take some off. I haven't done that yet. But
Just being very cautious that we don't get bull trapped. Like Apple this morning, it looked like a bullish trade, and then it got rolled over. Made a new low, a lower low. RSI made a higher low.
So, you know, maybe you got some money, Joe, coming out of some of the semiconductors and trying to ride a little momentum in software like Palo Alto, which hit a record high today.
It's the cyber names. It's CrowdStrike. It's Fortinet. It's Palo Alto.
Salesforce, ServiceNow, Snowflake, IBM is up today.
Yeah, I'd focus on the cyber names though, because that's where you're actually seeing some 52-week highs and, to your point, all-time highs being made. It's CrowdStrike. It's Fortinet. It's Palo Alto. I think the money's being recaptured there. The fundamental story that people have aligned themselves with over the last several years, they're coming back to that, believing that there's validity in that story. So that's the one segment of the software industry that I would trust more than others. There's names like Zoom Communication that has the relationship with Anthropic I like there, but I'm not.
What's Zscaler doing? Zscaler has earnings this week. Is that on Thursday or whatever? Zscaler, nice follow through. If you took some last week, Zscaler is running. Okay, that could be a big one. That's got earnings. Zscaler. Okay, Zscaler at the high of the day. Zscaler turned the corner. We talked about this one last week. Okay, that took off to the upside on Wednesday, Thursday into Friday. Now we're zipping higher. Zscaler earnings. Zscaler is when? Thursday? Wednesday or Thursday? Tuesday. All right, so tomorrow after the close, Zscaler. But if you look at CrowdStrike and Palo Alto, okay, these are outperforming. Palo Alto, big move. CrowdStrike. People are probably thinking that Zscaler is going to do the same thing. Okay, so maybe some cheap calls for earnings. Zscaler at the high of the day. Okay, Tesla just rolled over, Apple just rolled over, Microsoft just rolled over. So as suspected, as anticipated, we're seeing a bull trap, okay, for now. Looked pretty promising there for a sec. Apple looked like short covering. All right, that's headed back down. Microsoft, same thing. Okay, these got rejected. Now, if these get above VWAP, it'd be a different story, but these are all turning lower, so feels like we could have bull traps. That's what it looks like right now. Going into lunch. If there's a stick save, it's going to be probably after 1:30, 2 o'clock. We'll see what the markets can manage. Maybe we do it earlier. Okay, so no follow through at the moment.
Low
right.
tick alert -800.
Okay, making another lower low. Okay, what's VIX doing? VIX, VIX, VIX. All right, I got the 22 strike for June. 22 strike for June. Still hanging out near the lows. Looks okay. VIX. Apple making a new low right now. About to make a new low. Apple. Okay, energy names, Apache. All of these probably give you better entry if you wait. These are at the high today. ConocoPhillips at the highs. CVX breaking out. ExxonMobil all breaking out. S&P just made a lower low. Futures just made a lower low. Last week we had all sectors with the exception of energy pretty weak. So let's take a look at those. XLB materials trying to hold on with a doji 3-candle reversal maybe. Tomorrow being a bullish day would be nice. Communications, Meta, Netflix, Google, etc. See if these can follow through. Netflix is hanging on for now. XLE energy, obviously strong. XLF. Yeah, it does look a lot better than it looked last week. XLF, the banks, Morgan Stanley. Okay, still haven't done anything with Morgan Stanley. Additionally, still consolidating. Goldman Sachs. Okay. XLI Industrials looked okay this morning. Those are weak again. XLK. XLK. All right, so health definitely a lot more bearish looking today. All right, so looks like that could have been distribution last week. So we were taking profits off into strength, telling you to reduce your exposure into NVIDIA earnings. Okay, XLK. Semiconductors had the same look to it. Okay. Distribution looks like up here. We just stayed up here for a few days. Now today is a big bearish day. Let's see if they recover by the end of the day. But for now, it looks like distribution. Software. IGV software. That's looking okay. Like some rotation. People could get scared and take money off of this too. Consumer staples. Bullish. Healthcare. Starting to bounce. Utilities. Bearish. XLY. Okay. XRT. All right. So there's only a couple of sectors that look fairly supportive right now.
I'd like you to make the case, Jason Snipe, since you own DR Horton, to our viewer. What are you laughing at? Go ahead. I want him to make the case to own a housing stock right now.
So for DHI, I'm long-term bullish on affordable homes, right? Obviously, we were talking about the 10-year earlier, which is a proxy for mortgage rates, and 30 years above 6.5. But for me, with stocks like this, yes, they've kind of given away some incentives with home purchases, and we're talking about Fed policy on a go-forward basis. I think eventually these are the names you want to own, and you want to own it before the move happens, right? So even in a kind of a mixed backdrop, the stock is only down 4%. So that's kind of my narrative.
Okay, energy.
We own Pulte Homes, and I can't make the case. Tomorrow morning, Home Depot is going to report. As I'm speaking,
energy very strong. Just don't buy the high of the day, and you should be fine. Energy.
Where the housing market is than what Home Depot has done over the last 52 weeks.
But Jason says you want to got to be in these names before the move.
I'm just not.
It's like going out and buying a Raiders jersey now. Yeah, you got to buy it now.
This is the moment. This is the moment to get in. Jay, I hope you're right for the benefit of the country and for stocks like Home Depot and the home builders to rally.
Yeah, Home Depot. I heard them talking about Home Depot this morning. What's it doing? Home Depot. Still lower lows on Home Depot. It's hurricane season, so. All right, Microsoft. Nice little bounce on Microsoft. Microsoft, a little shake right there. Shake Shonora. I put food out there for you. Why do you keep biting me? There's food on the thing. Food on the tray. Okay, Microsoft headed back to VWAP. All right, this is looking pretty strong. This move right here. Volume coming in.
Hey, Scott. The Treasury Department has agreed to a $275 million settlement with India's Adani Enterprises over 32 apparent violations of U.S. sanctions on Iran. The company, run by Indian billionaire Gautam Adani, bought liquefied petroleum gas shipments from a Dubai-based trader, but the shipments actually came from Iran. That's according to the Treasury. The Justice Department is also dismissing separate criminal fraud charges against Adani, according to court documents viewed by CNBC. Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy failed to advance in the Republican primary this weekend. His loss is a victory for President Trump, as Cassidy is one of the senators who voted to remove Trump from office after the January 6th attack at the Capitol. The race will now head to a June
What a
runoff
dummy.
between Trump
It turned out to be a farce.
and State Treasurer John Fleming. And Pope Leo will address the rise of AI in his first in-depth text outlining his concerns. The Pope will present the document known as an encyclical on May 25th, joined by Anthropic co-founder Chris Olah. The text will address the protection of the human person in the age of AI, according to a Vatican statement. That'll be definitely an interesting one, guys. Scott, back over to you.
Okay, Angelica,
Okay, let's see if we get rejected again at VWAP. Microsoft. Looks like a little short covering there. You know, it started moving lower. Shorts got into it. Quick reversal. Shorts had to cover. Now back to VWAP. Let's see what they do. NVIDIA with another lower low. Apple with a lower low. Okay, looking for institutions or traders to buy these dips. If they don't happen, then we could fade for a few more days. This is week 8 after all. We shouldn't be that surprised. Keep hitting that mute button. All right, here goes Microsoft. Microsoft about to pop through this area. Watch Microsoft here.
That kind of extraordinariness we want to bring to as many people as
Microsoft here at VWAP.
I had to choose one word that gave us at 250 a sense of American.
Okay, whatever. Blah, blah, blah.
When you look back at Whirlpool's earnings, a couple weeks ago, absolute disaster. This
S&P starting to reverse back up now. It's a pretty choppy day. Considering that we have a lot of purple on the screen, markets should be less volatile, yet we are whipping around here. We are whipping around. Okay, up, down volume. Okay, Zscaler. What's Zscaler doing? Zscaler has earnings tomorrow. Zscaler after the close. Zscaler. All right, that's looking really good. NVIDIA looking for the bounce. Microsoft getting rejected right here at VWAP.
Upsell them into, a higher profit margin item or getting 2 items, excuse me, when they thought they were coming in for one. That is
on this one.
Looking for Microsoft to move through this area.
Turnaround, given the sticky inflation that we're dealing with and interest rates still elevated.
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time. But I think that it's really just kind of dependent on your investment time frame. You know, if you think of the next 3 months, 4 months, maybe even 6 months as an opportunity as a long-term investor to get shares in companies while they're depressed, while Wall Street is throwing them out, these are phenomenal companies, and they will come back, and interest rates will go lower, and the housing market will pick up at some point. And so I think if your time frame is long enough, then you don't have that much time to pick up shares. But I just don't think going into this earnings report, there's any real urgency to get in prior to this report. I think the smarter play, we're neutral earnings score on Home Depot. We're slightly bullish on Lowe's. So we're looking at Home Depot as, let's hope that they come out with the data and the outlook that we think they will. Let's hope it takes both stocks down a little bit tomorrow, and then we have an opportunity perhaps to get a better entry into a Lowe's bullish position into this earnings report, because we do think that they have the better story with the do-it-yourself customer.
All right, thank you, Andy. That's Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, with the latest look at Home Depot. All right, Kevin, we got a lot of data there. The CEO said on their last earnings, he talked about consumer uncertainty, and this was a quote there. That's still the number one reason why people are telling us, our customers are telling us, they're not investing in large projects. So the large projects they're holding off on. That seems to line up with some of the data from Likefolio. Your final thoughts, Kevin, before your example trade?
In my trading career, what I've noticed is that really good companies get beat up over time. They don't have a great story, and Home Depot's story is not great. However, it's any good news. When the sentiment is this negative, anything that they say could send this stock higher. That's the way I look at this. All the discounts, all the bad news, I think is priced in. Like buying a fixer-upper house that is priced as a fixer-upper house. And so that's the way I see Home Depot. So what I looked at was something with not a ton of risk, a risk-defined trade. I looked at the expected move, only about $12. And if they do come out with good news, I think the stock could move past that $12 on the upside. So what I looked at is something a little different. I went to the 1 week, 320 call calendar, and that's trading around $1.05. It might even be trading closer to $1 now. So it's not a big debit. That's all you have at risk. But if you're right, and this stock goes to $315 or $320, you've got.
All right, watching Microsoft here.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Another low tick. So they're going to selling in waves today. All right, so lower highs, lower lows. We've been below VWAP in the past. Last few weeks, we've been above VWAP most of the time. S&P below VWAP. Doesn't look like it's recovering. Okay, so we've been below VWAP all day for the most part. Most stocks are taking a break. All right, so we were due for some consolidation over the last couple of weeks. Finally, week number 8 going into NVIDIA earnings. We've got institutions, looks like some distribution at highs, especially in semiconductors and tech. If you look closely, If you look closely at the daily, okay, you can see the distribution. We didn't make any new highs. Like this over here, back in late April, we had this little consolidation, but we resolved to the upside. Okay, there was no big down candle, right? So right now we're consolidating, going into NVIDIA earnings. People are taking positions off like we did the last couple of weeks. We've been taking profits off into strength, reducing our exposure, because if we do get this a downward movement, a lot of people are going to be stuck and have to wait. I think the markets are fine. Earnings are fine. We got Warsh taking control soon. We got the president. I guess there'll be a swearing in, a formal swearing in ceremony at the, I don't know where it's going to be, but Warsh will be coming in. The big difference between Warsh and Volcker or Greenspan, Bernanke, Yellen, Jay Powell, the big difference between the transition with all of those names was that earnings were not that great. Remarkable enough, earnings have been really good this year and last year. So Warsh may not have that issue to deal with. The big problem I see is the 10-year yields. Yields continue to hang out at the highs. And we've been up for, this would be an 8th week. So we're due for some consolidation. Okay, junk bonds.
Netflix, B of A says it's going up 40% from here. 40%, Jason Snipe. What do you think?
So I continue to like Netflix. Obviously, had a nice bump since kind of that Warner Brothers.
Okay, so junk bonds, as long as it's down here below the 50-day, you got to consider risk off. Bitcoin, same thing, another risky asset class. Whenever these are giving us bearish signals like they were this week, the majority of our signals were bearish. Back to the 50-day. The Clarity Act, they were selling the news. The Clarity Act passed last week. So do we bounce at the 50-day? If we don't bounce at the 50-day, that could get ugly. Bitcoin. IWM's another risky asset class that's showing bearish activity. Biotechs, IVB, very bearish look. So most of our signals are bearish at the moment. Advanced decline. Advanced decline. Okay, that looks all right, I guess. New York Stock Exchange. Okay, advanced decline. A fade into this week. A little toppy. We are above the zero line. Okay. We got red elder sticks, so that's telling you to be very cautious. This could easily drop off the New York Stock Exchange. When in doubt, always check the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, so we're consolidating. Very easy for this also to bounce right back up into the range. We could head back down to the 50-day. That's possible as well. Up-down volume doesn't look that bad. Up-down volume is 1-to-1. 2-to-1 on the Qs. Everything else is pretty much 1-to-1. All right, Netflix turning back up. So we got a 40% upside according to some analysts out there. I forget who they just said. They're talking Netflix right now.
Disappointed. I bought it after earnings. Bought it at 78. Full disclosure, so I'm down on this. I bought it because of the strength of the balance sheet.
Uber. Okay, Netflix looks okay. They're talking Uber right now.
The subsequent earnings reaction and price that I anticipate. I sold Uber a while.
So name the number one pick at Deutsche Bank. Okay, I don't see it. What's DoorDash doing? DoorDash turned the corner a couple of weeks ago, got above the 50-day, came back down below the 50-day. It looks like a triple bottom or a double bottom, or even an inverted head and shoulders to a certain extent. It's a bottoming pattern. So if this starts to move, DoorDash will probably be much higher. Yeah. I mean, I went a couple of different restaurants in the area, and I noticed that there's a DoorDash person or even a couple of DoorDash people near the pickup section, Longhorn Steakhouse and Outback. DoorDash, very active. Okay. Okay, let's see what we're going to do here. We're still down 37 handles. I think the market's no, we're just due. We're due for some consolidation. I'd love to tell you the market's going to go straight up again for another week. I just don't see it. We need a break. Need a break. So hesitate going long unless you're buying these dips. Apple, for example, looked really good this morning, and then it just didn't. Just still continue to follow that 100 period moving average. Microsoft trying to turn up, looking a little better. It's above the 100 period moving average, that red line. Okay. See if Microsoft can get going. Microsoft. Be nice to see this get going here. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, it's trying to get above VWAP right here. If we do get above VWAP, I would imagine we'll see some short covering. Be very selective on any long setups. I would be looking at software or energy. Software continues to rotate in, looks like. Snowflake, Microsoft, Adobe. What's Autodesk look like? ADSK, Autodesk. Okay, trying to get back above the 50-day, Autodesk. Okay, some of you trading Adobe, David. Okay, Adobe, looking very good. Well, I love when actors start talking about gold. I got Tom Selleck. I like Tom Selleck, but they start talking about gold to get you interested in buying gold. Okay, and gold has been fading. Okay, gold has been fading, so I wouldn't be buying gold per se. I'd be see if it gets down to the 200-day, maybe a bounce there. Netflix gets above 90, we could get some short covering. NYMO's at minus 29. Keep in mind, as long as this purple is down here, that's supportive. This is supportive. Purple down here is the best thing for the bulls right now. If this was all red, the whole screen was red, I'd be a lot more concerned. Got Brett coming on at 1 o'clock for a subscriber only meeting, Q&A. Okay, Microsoft looking a lot better, folks. Here goes Microsoft. Watch your Microsoft. Looks good. It's trying to push through the VWAP. Microsoft's trying to trade through VWAP. Okay, we're above EWAP now. Can we get back up to the high of the day? All right, so I know I've been beating this to death, this idea to death, but we're up 7 weeks. This is week number 8. I would hesitate. I'd be cautious. Pointed that out in the weekend video this morning as well, live, and in the email last night I sent out to members. Be cautious. It's a Monday after OPEX, a slight fade. Perfect, makes perfect sense. After OPEX, we get a lot of options come off. Okay, but S&P turned back up. S&P's turning back up. All right, so we got a nice little rally here so far. Microsoft, looking for that to push higher too. I will say this. And I'm probably going to mention it several times. If for some reason we manage to get back up to the highs, if we see a lot of stocks starting to rally up, what I am going to be doing is reducing my exposure, especially in short-term options, anything that expires within the next 2 weeks. As you know, theta kicks in really heavy in the last 2 weeks of an options life. We got NVIDIA earnings, so a lot of these could get whacked. I did notice the put call ratio had elevated a little bit, so it wasn't so call heavy into late Thursday and Friday. I forget to mention that in the weekend video, but with a lot of these overbought tech stocks into last week, Thursday and Friday, we started to see some of them back off. So the put call ratio rose a bit. It was like down 0.5, something like that. It was really low, meaning calls were expensive. So they're not so expensive anymore after last week's drubbing. Take the opportunity if we move back up to the highs, reduce your exposure. I know it's not fun watching stocks rip without you. If you've got 100% of your portfolio in tech or semis, I'd be very attentive to the markets right now. Okay, because it's hard to say what NVIDIA is going to be like, but without a crystal ball, we can always trade after NVIDIA earnings once we see what the markets are setting up for. Okay, 7 weeks up. It looks a lot like distribution at the highs. If you look at semiconductors, okay, semiconductors look a lot like distribution. This is the first time we've had a big red candle. Do we recover here like we did last week on Tuesday? You see that big candle there? Do we put in a big wiki candle, move back up to the highs? It's possible. It's possible that NVIDIA earnings are like crazy strong and that semiconductors keep going. JC Parents and a few other people are forecasting that this is a very brief, maybe 2 to 3% consolidation, and we're going to see higher prices based on history. I just know that the 10-year up there at the highs is not helping tech or small caps. Right now, the S&P is bouncing. Microsoft looks pretty good, though, coming off the low. All right, Microsoft, this is something I'd be considering taking some profits off into strength. Okay. Some of these energy names are pulling back. Okay. What's Firefly? Okay, Firefly, it's another one. Okay, so I have some shorter dated options. No, I don't. They're June. Okay, June. Firefly. This looked really good at the open. It looked like it was going to go right through this previous high. But what happened was we had a liquidity grab. So institutions ran this up in the morning, took out all these stops, brought it back down, acquired shares. Now we're looking for this to run back up in the evening session. MACD has crossed on the daily. So looking for Firefly in these space-related names, maybe to catch a bid. Apple's starting to turn the corner. It's not the first time today that Apple looked like it was going to be bullish, and then it got rejected at VWAP overhead. So I would suspect that it's going to continue to get rejected at VWAP until it's not. Has to get above VWAP and start pushing like Microsoft. Okay, it has to get above VWAP and start pushing. Even now, Microsoft is running into resistance. Hesitating. Netflix is looking pretty good. Very unusual day for Netflix.
Was sticking with his target today on the S&P for more than 8,200. However, he's calling for a July rate cut. You'll hear from him directly on closing bell. Vera Pandit, Stephanie Lake, Jonathan Krinsky, and the venture capitalist Rashawn Williams will be on set with us too. I look forward to that conversation with everybody. Mr. Weiss, Stephen Weiss, what do you got? Stefan Weiss, what's your final trade?
Well, opener, I've got Baba. Baba sold off after the earnings that were great. I had a major move. I think it's going to rally again.
Okay.
Alibaba.
Now, agentic AI will be a catalyst for the next day for that stock. Chen.
Global industrial recovery materials.
Archer Daniels Midland.
All right, I'll see you at 3.
Alibaba.
Begins right now.
Okay, that was Weiss's closing trade there. Final trade. Tesla, no follow through yet. Tesla, no follow through. Tesla, no follow through yet. Netflix, trying to hold on to gains. Netflix. Okay, it's showing a lot of strength, Netflix. Okay. Netflix. Outside day. It's definitely an outside day. It's a matter of what happens next now. Outside day. Okay, AAOI is starting to turn the corner. Nice little pop there. Looked really good last week. Wednesday, Thursday, inside day, and Friday we gapped down. Okay, let me see what Brett has to say.
What's up, everybody? I'm having camera issues today, so I'm just going without it. But thanks for joining us. If you have any questions, put them in the Zoom toolbar, and I'll do my best to answer those questions. If you are new to Spot Gaming, welcome. If you have been here for a while, thank you. Appreciate you all most of all. Augustine, Trace Stock Gyms, Rob, Angel. Do I say Angel like Angel, or do I have to say Inhale? I get confused by that sometimes. Inhale. Either way. All right, cool. So what's happening today? It's a little bit of a weird day, I suppose. There's some weakness in the market, and I suppose what's weird is the fact that we have the looming Iran situation, which just doesn't seem to be getting any better. And then, oil keeps creeping up, and
I'm going to restart this.
And I'm not sure on the right.
Okay, that's my problem there. All right.
here.
Recording in
I heard
progress.
from a lot of reporters today, which is always interesting to me because I can't. It's like, are they stuck or are they nervous about something? Like there's something in the ether, right? So for today, we had the two clear strikes that are fairly large. You can see them here, and the one-day implied move, I think, was also right here. I don't know what Cash Money is on Discord, but they pointed that one out, so thank you for that. And you just see those two lines, and you go, well, how do I know if those lines are important? If you hover over these strikes, they're 99th percentile strikes, and they're all stacked together. So you have this, like, pretty clear layer of 0 DTE positions that matter. These are identified in the AM note, and then
All right, we're listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma. I'm going to have him take the mic, and I'm just going to step back and enjoy a few minutes off the microphone. Again, Brent from Spot Gamma is going to be taking the mic here.
sideways. Now, this isn't like the cleanest seek and destroy. When you see the big 0 DTE and there's not a whole lot else going on in the market, Hero will be bearish till you hit the strikes or bullish till you hit the strikes, the big 0 DTE strikes, and then the flow just like shuts off. And so it's pretty clear that's what that is, right? If you just draw this line over and you say, okay, when clearly did the trend break? I mean, you want to nitpick and say there, okay, but point is the same, right? So I don't think that the market will drop any further than this for today. And do we grind a little bit lower the next 1 or 2 days? I mean, I suppose that's possible. Do we rally another percent? I suppose that is possible as well. The two things that we went into OPEX saying were, that we were very close to the extremes in overbought and calls. We weren't quite there, right? But we did get pretty close. This morning in the note, we talked about Core 1M being 8. So that was in, let's just highlight that to make sure that was clear. So we didn't get to that obvious level where it's like, I'm just buying puts because we hit the level, right? We didn't sniff it, no doubt about that, but we kind of didn't get to that full extension. And if you're new here, what this metric is showing is how expensive are single stock options versus index options is essentially the way you can kind of think about it, one way of looking at it. And generally what happens is people bid up those single stock options and then they'll sell the index options. So the two are not correlated, and that's what the correlation metric is showing. What I think happens is we would end up with one of these situations where we get to, this index really can't go below 6. I just think it's like kind of physically impossible for that calculation to go below 6. But you can get these periods where we stay that sub 8 for a few days or a month. Bless me, geez, pardon me. So I don't think it's this thing where we have to go like that, right? But when we do first break, it's like, okay, I'm adding puts. Because we could break in a day, we could break in 2 weeks, but we're going to break. Meaning all the gains that we made are going to puke back. I suspect, my suspicion is that due to SpaceX and due to NVIDIA earnings that we'll get that plunge. And I'm trying to fact check my ideas here. Why did correlation bounce higher? If you forget the Iran situation, well, we had OPEX, right? Okay, OPEX clears out expensive calls. We had a bunch of positions roll off. We saw the DRAM names, the big names all contracted, right? Those things all came back. All that in the context of OPEX and the pausing so far makes sense, right? Oil 106 and up isn't great for sure. That's the kind of weird hangover thing. But if you just sort of think about it and say, well, let's look at what tends to happen around OPEX. Let's look what happened at April OPEX. I complained bitterly about April OPEX being, we were way overbought in April, and what happened after April OPEX. So let's just zoom out, and you can see, right? We had this 20% rally, huge rally into April OPEX right here, and then we had this brief window of consolidation, maybe a little bit more than brief. The Iran war escalated in here, but then we got these massive earnings, and these massive earnings spiked the market higher. So OPEX totally stalled out that rally, and then it restarted when we had, the epic earnings that everybody. So the idea that we hit May OPEX, we were sort of flat, and then we just sort of consolidate here. That all completely checks out with just a normal OPEX, and statistically, it's what it says. Like, okay, we should expect a little bit of a correction. We were super overbought here, right? We didn't cross the full chasm into like, oh my God, overbought, but we were just kind of overbought. Now we have this. Now, I don't think anyone thinks that NVIDIA is going to have bad earnings. Questions, will they beat, is the question, right? And who knows what those expectations are at the moment. From what I understand, I haven't fact checked this yet, but the 6% move is a little bit under normal. I think sometimes we've seen it in the 5s. It's a huge, right? It's a pretty fairly valued to upper end, I think, NVIDIA expectation. And the whole market cares about this. This is Tesla implied term structure. It's kinked for NVIDIA earnings. If you look at Apple, you'll see the same thing. If you look at the NDX, obviously there's a big old kink right there for it as well. So the whole market is resting on this thing. It's the main event for today and for right now, right? And then we get this SpaceX thing. And the SpaceX thing is interesting because that's going to show up in this area, right? Right now we're saying June 12th is what the pitch is. And I am not, this is way outside of my purview. And so I'm just LARPing as a macro strategist here. But when I was at the OCC conference last week, and the whole thing was we need to open up the IPOs and all this other stuff for retail. We need to get retail involved. And, of course, the retail brokers are going to say that. No, it's all well and good. But the reason that things got so interesting is, one, pattern day trading going away, which the brokers are all excited about. So if you have under $25,000, you can day trade as much as you want. And then the second one was, hey, we need, I think, 30% of this IPO, SpaceX IPO, to be taken down by retail. That seems like a lot. So can you imagine a weak equity market into that SpaceX IPO and it just doesn't go very well? And then not only that, you have the NDX and the SPX both trying to change their index methodology so they could just automatically push the SpaceX IPO into the index or into the indexes. And you go, okay. And what happens if the SpaceX IPO doesn't go well? What does that mean for Anthropic and OpenAI who are trying to go public later this year? So I think that if you are a believer in market manipulations and oil manipulations and everything else, I just look, if a nuke goes off in Iran, it doesn't matter, right? If that war, even if the war goes hot again, I'm not even sure, man. I just have to believe that the market machine, the political machine, the Wall Street machine, the everything machine is doing everything it can to support this market into this SpaceX IPO, because I think the chain of events that goes off if it doesn't go well are pretty bad. And it really sticks a fork maybe in the year, right? Because if you start to lose these IPOs, you start to lose the tech story, et cetera, et cetera. So why do I bring this up again? Because what I think happens is we go kind of full ridiculousness into the bullishness, right? So here was, kind of overbought, right? And I haven't moved this 8 line for, I don't know, years. So we tagged this line. It's just an index. I don't
Core 1M
index to the index, but I think we would get kind of like, one of these into the 6s into that mid-June. And then the SpaceX IPO may be the top. The other thing that's interesting about the SpaceX IPO is the macro folks, when you listen on his podcast, go, well, mid-June is like is when the global reserves of all these materials run out, because if the strait is closed, we're done. And so is that finally the date where that matters? Like, that would be an interesting, an interesting combination or time. So if you think about this and you're saying, well, what is my action plan here? I like sort of the, this is there's the barbell strategy of long tech, long energy. And I think that energy trade still makes sense. The long tech, long energy makes sense. I also think the long tech, long VIX makes sense. And why VIX instead of individual puts in the indices is because if we do rally 2, 3, 4, 5% due to SpaceX and NVIDIA, then if you bought a put here, a 7,200 strike put from the S&P, for example, we rally 5%. Well, that put's going to be not much hedge value anymore, right? But if we rally 2, 3, 4, 5%, VIX is probably still going to be 18-ish until the Iran deal is signed. And so that would be a very active hedge in that environment, right? So that's why I like that better. But if you were watching the prices of calls over the last however many days it's been, what we've seen is we've seen, we were all concentrated in puts about a month ago. We kind of ran up here to the fairly elevated, fairly rich call prices, high IV, stock up, ball up situation. And now I think we're starting to get some of this, right, where these names are not, they're not careening down, right? I mean, this is marked as of Friday's night, so I'm saying for today we probably lost a little bit more balls. But the balls are just cooling off, right? So if we were all up here, you know, this would be like, okay, core 1M is 6, like this, we just got to buy like 2-month outputs, and then just like, we're not even going to talk to each other again for another month until someone breaks. But what we're basically doing is burning off a little bit of the excess, very expensive calls. I don't think that people are going to be looking to materially buy puts at this moment. And then let's dig into some of the single stock positioning. So we shared this map this morning in the founder's note of the top 100 stocks. So what we've been doing is summing the gamma of the top 100 stocks, and this is only updated once per day around 4 p.m. This is positioning. So what you see here is the implied support is right here, 7,400, 73, 75. We're kind of right here. This is just positive gamma everywhere. So what does that mean? This is thick, heavy, positive gamma support in the market right now. That's the cushion we're sitting on, and that goes in through the NVDA IPO. NVIDIA earnings. It's just another reason to think the market's supported right now. And, you know, do you want to fight that? I don't know. For what? I don't see a great reason for it. If I open up a couple of other charts here for you, this is the Tesla dealer map. Tesla negative gamma above, same as it was last week. You know, 410, big, thick, heavy kind of support in here. You know, that's it looks like 410 support. It looks like that's pretty big support. I just opened Tesla twice in a row, so that's a real smart move from me. This is interesting. This is the Q map. It's a lot of negative gamma, which is inverse to what you see in the S&P. So that is actually a negative gamma position. And then here's your NVIDIA map, and you can see light gamma in here, light to negative, and then it just builds up into 220. So again, I kind of just think it's supported in here, and I don't see a great reason to be short. Now, if you buy 1-month VIX calls, it's a little bit of a different story, but trying to think the market's going to break down pre-NVIDIA earnings, I just
There goes Meta.
get it again unless there's
Meta's gone.
Iran situation. Who knows if there is. Yeah, and I think when I went through it, I was trying to figure out, from my perspective, why didn't the Iran situation, $115 oil, why didn't that just smash the equity market? Why didn't the VIX go to 30? Well, the maps all looked like this, right? There was just this positive gamma positioning, and, you know, is options positioning the reason for, you know, everything? No, but what it at least told me was traders were happy to sit there, short puts, dealers long puts, and that was it. And you go, okay, no one really cared about Iran. Is the Iran situation not a big deal? Because if oil goes to 150, the demand destruction out in time is so great that it'll just re-regulate everything? Maybe. I don't know. It's not a question from Mr. Brent. And also just looking at the positioning, I see someone talking about put flies here for July. I think that, well, so my position, just so that's clear, I own a bunch of Tesla 700 strike calls. I was looking like the people's champ last week. Obviously, this week, you know, those aren't looking too great. But I wrote them off in my mind. I'm holding them through the SpaceX IPO, come hell or high water. That premium is just it's mentally gone for me. I've actually found, I've never tried this before, but selling some weekly options are fairly profitable to get some, you know, generate a little bit of return or help to carry on those a little bit. But I own these, I think they're 700s, right? And the reason I own those is simply because you give me Elon, you give me SpaceX, you give me the shenanigans going on trying to get SpaceX into the, you know, the memeing that we just came off all these memes, right? Where DRAM over everything and people are memeing all these names. So the conditions are there for memeing. People don't want to miss the boat. Again, I'm not the macro person. I'm just telling you why I'm long all these, you know, I'm long August 6th. I'll tell you. I'm long just raw Tesla 700 strike calls, and those are very high. But and I'm going to hold through SpaceX IPO, and that's when I'm likely to say, okay, no. And then August 6th, 600, 700, 800 call flush. Again, that was looking like an amazing position last Thursday. Today, not looking too good. But that's okay. I've written the premium off, and we'll see what happens. The Iran war, Shah says here, went on 19 years. Look at the Russia war, Russia Ukraine. Like, we don't even talk about it really anymore. I know there's some nuclear site or whatever that's smoking or something, but people don't care about this stuff after a while. I mean, to your point there, Shah, and the problem is the energy market and the raw materials coming out. I don't think anyone gives and I'll sound callous there, but people don't give a crap really here about anything else other than these energy prices, especially when we're talking about black markets. And so, does the Saudi Arabia pump oil run through the Red Sea and we buy a bunch of solar panels? And I don't know. Who actually knows what the heck is going on? There's pipelines to Pakistan. I don't know. But I don't think people care about the conflict. I think people only care about the price of oil. And so as long as that stays relatively stable. Crown, it's 1:20 a.m., dude. You should go to sleep. Go take a nap. This will be up tomorrow morning. If you go to the dashboard webinar replay page, you go take a nap. Yeah, and Amanda, you're talking about the robot machine. Mike Green, who's that's one of his soapboxes. He was just on Macro Voices talking about this. So many people buying just stock through their 401k every month. It's just the macro machine coming in. So, the Friday note mentioned 7110 put starting the 7400 price went from 20 cents to $200. The 7400 99th percentile bar appeared only a minute before the market closed. About 10 minutes before the close, the printing price looked like 7420 with the biggest red bar. So when and how do we enter these trades? Well, let's talk about it right now, because I could tell people want to get over my macro musings, and that is fine. The Gamma Matrix is not live because the engineers have to make it live. And I build stuff way faster than they can, and so I'm finding a way to distribute that as soon as possible. It's currently slated to make it into the platform in 6 weeks, which is a long time, which you'll be seeing it in the notes. Posting charts on Discord, trying to do it that way. So let's talk about what's happening right now. If it's a 99th percentile strike, I like the idea of the market moving to those levels. And you talk about, well, where may this thing pin today? You got to be a betting person. Where are the 99th percentile strikes? I think it's worth betting on the market tagging those. So what would make sense in that situation? Question one is this still open? If you look at these positions, they're not 99th percentile anymore. So let's check the OI, net OI, and you can see they're getting closed. So why am I gonna bet on the market going to tag these strikes that are not that big anymore? I'm not. So okay, so is there another strike that has 99th percentile today? Not maybe 7920, right? But for the sake of argument, let's just say that these did not start getting closed up. So we're going to pretend that these are still the full strikes on the day. If I think the market's going to tag those, what are my options right here, right? I can short the futures market and buy back if we hit that level. That's nice. I could buy a cheap out-of-the-money put, right? It's about 130. I could buy an at-the-money put. There's a little bit more risk, better reward, right? Or I could do a put spread, or I could do a put 1x2, right? -1, 2, 1. Your choice on what you should do is not just based on the open positioning, right? It's based on your expectations, right? 7,400 resistance right now is pretty nice to lean against if you wanted to short the market, I think. And then what's the cost of the trade? Do you think it's expensive? What is your gain if we move all the way down there, right? You got to weigh some of those things out. Generally speaking, what I like to do is to try to get a bet on that structure as cheap as possible. So typically around this time, or if we're quite far away from it, you could do a 1 by 2 by 1 put fly, for example, in this case, probably for $10 wide and probably for 50 cents right now. And that's an amazing return if we move down and pin that level. Now, if these strikes didn't exist, I wouldn't do that trade because I have no reason to think the market goes down right now. If Hero tanks and I want to short futures because I think the market's going to go down, okay. But if I'm playing the pinning game, then I want to wait for that size to pick up. And then I want to try to get the cheapest way to express that deal, right? The best risk reward, I should say. And so that's the kind of trade.
Meta on the move, Meta.
The information that we know right now. So 20 minutes ago when we started talking, these positions were full. So why would I think that I can't look into the future until these positions are going to get closed? So those are great. I also couldn't tell if suddenly someone comes in and puts on a giant bar up here. If suddenly someone comes in and puts a 20,000 lot up here, I'm suddenly going to change my view because that position is in the market now. So +1, -2, +1, right? So you would buy this put, and then you would sell 2 of these, right? Sell and then +1 buy. And you want to structure it so that the max payoff is at the biggest strike. So what would that look like? I would maybe buy the I'd buy the 60 put, sell 2 of the 50s, and then buy 1 of the 40s, right? Does that make sense? That's sloppy writing. So, that is the view. Now, I understand, John, you go, hey, I think the market could sink at any moment. This map is disagreeing with that statement. Does that mean you shouldn't buy a hedge because you have some sort of macro theory or feeling about the market? No. But when I'm looking at this, I don't see what would I be looking for to change my tune? I want to see negative gamma. Do we have negative gamma in here at all? No, there's no negative gamma here. It's all blue. It's a little bit weaker after the Iran situation. What about the top positions in the single stocks? This is all pretty bright blue. So you're going to make the argument that after NVIDIA earnings it lightens up. I think that could be the case. If you want to make the argument that you're waiting for everyone to realize that oil is suddenly going to take down the
Okay, there goes Microsoft going green.
I can't have that discussion with you. I have no idea. What I can say is when oil went to 115, the market didn't give a shit. Right? I could definitely say that because I was saying, hey, if oil goes to 115, we're probably going to get VIX 35-40. We never got anything close to that. So, does that mean you don't expect the risk now? No, but the positioning is not there to help me out. What would be positioning that would help me out? Give me core 1M down here, 6. Then I know the calls themselves could break the market. So, that's really the situation. 74.10, 74.30 call credit spread. I actually don't mind that for today, and this is the reason why. You have negative gamma above, right? What does this mean? This is, that's 7,500. Like, that's no joke. Do I think we rally that much? No. But, you can kind of see this here where it's not immediately above, but you do have a 99 percentile.
Microsoft looking good.
You remember what strikes like?
Microsoft looking good here, going green.
And these are, what, 5,000? But this is the biggest strike on the board, I believe, right now. I mean, these are getting closed up. So a sneaky, cheap spread, 1 by 2 by 1 that we move to that strike. I don't hate that idea. But again, these are low probability outcomes that we would move and pin to
BlackBerry,
because these are not big positions. If
Microsoft,
lot, then that's a different story. But if you can do it for 50 cents on it and make $10,
Meta,
50, okay, maybe I'll try that out, right? What is the signal going to be that we move up? It's just watching Hero right now because none of these positions are massive. So if Hero starts to do this, then you're going to see a nice breakout. So that's the thing. Jason, UBS early warning signal flashing red, signal high probability of a 5% move in the S&P the next month. Forward average turns. Forward average returns after this indicator average minus 3.5%. The current signal is at minus 3.7 standard deviations, the lowest reading since COVID. Important, all 13 subcomponents that go into generating this signal have worsened over the past week, aside from corporate high-yield spreads, equity positioning the biggest driver of the change in signal. I don't know what their equity driver positions are, but if you want to make a rolling list of the major problems that we have, add this, right? This is probably the biggest problem we have, right? Now, this going over this magic number of 5, I'm told is, or you read about this being the Maginot line or whatever it may be. And so, if oil keeps going higher and the rates keep going higher, there's no way to say anything other than this is bad for the stock market. But you got to weigh that against the NVIDIA earnings and the Tesla, SpaceX IPO, which may matter more in the near term, right, than anything else. So I kind of get that. At the same time, this is also why I say buying the VIX 20 calls, because maybe this doesn't matter for a week, and then all of a sudden the yields spike to, say these late July levels, and then suddenly that matters, and it takes the baton from the AI story, and we run the other way. So that's why these kind of, I guess I've been referring to them lately as the barbell strategies, maybe a little bit more. But
if you were looking at energy, I told you earlier that if you missed the low of the day early, wait for it to give you a B and C pivot. Looks like that's what's happening. This is Apache pulling back from the highs. It's only 20, 30 cents off the high, but I still don't like buying the highs. If I miss the morning entry when it moves back above the 100 period, I won't chase this. I'll wait for the dip first, because the energy sector is very strong at the moment.
Those are saying this is the worst disruption in the history. You hear all that stuff, and those things can be true, but they just don't matter yet, because this AI story, is it really this generational turning point? I'm like, I've been backing off that a little bit as we've been trying to implement new tools, but then you hear like Ken Griffin go like, this is putting
Microsoft on the move.
Out of business or whatever. Like, oh shit, okay. So it's it's very hard to parse. And I just think until we get a positioning signal that I can wrap my mind around, core 1M below 8, negative gamma on some map somewhere, signs of that super overbought where it has to break based on call positioning. That's what I want to see. Or there's enough negative gamma below that we could actually fall. Like, until we have one of those things, like it's hard to. If you just read Twitter too much, you will want to short everything and go hide in your bunker. There's no doubt about that. When you're looking at the charm plots, red is a sell. Red means selling pressure. Blue means buying pressure. Hirsch is saying when you get those signals, it's too late. That's not true at all. If you get core 1M below 8, that's because the market's been bid up so much. So that is a contra signal to its extremes, right? How do you get core 1.8 at 8? Because people have been buying so many calls that the market's gone up like 3% in a day. I mean, core 1M tag date on Friday. Was Friday bearish to you when we had 40,000 calls print and the Cerebras IPO printed at the all-time market high? No, that was a very strangely bullish day, if you remember that day on Thursday, right? Massive 0DT positions. Like, why? Turns out so they could shove the Cerebras IPO in your face. I mean, they do that for the Cerebras IPO. I think I'm probably mispronouncing that. That's CRBS. Imagine what they do for the SpaceX IPO. Anyways, blue on this is meant to be buying and red is selling, and that's the decay of the charm positions. The real value is, I think, this tends to map out the areas where the bars will meet. So like this is the big one, right? Where can the market stop here? Great. Then I would want to sell 2 puts there and then do your 1 and 1, right? So this is where you would think the market would sort of pause out. So there's your upside strike at 70, and then there's your downside strike in this 50 area. And so I would start to look at structuring put flies or call flies 2:30 or 3 o'clock, because this is when the decay of those put flies, if you get the $10 wide ones that start to get relatively cheap, that you could do them for $1, sub-dollar, depending on how far you are away from those strikes. The so-called smart money had to build a 40 to 50% down market. Core 1M still the leading indicator. There's no guarantee that you get core 1M to go below 8, right? And 8 is just this number that I found marks things really well. But the reason I like it is because I will sit here at some point and I'll start complaining about how expensive calls are. I complained about it into April ad nauseum. I said, let's sell AMD calls, etc. And AMD kept printing higher. So that in full disclosure there, that AMD trade did not work out very well. It's come down a lot here, but still higher than I think where it went into during earnings. So, that was mid-April, and look at where Core 1M was mid-April. We were kind of just in this general area, right? If you go
Microsoft trying to break out,
that means that across the board, and this is I think the top 25 or the top 15 names in the S&P. I can't remember all. I can't remember off the top of my head. That's what it's measuring in terms of the implied vols. To get that to go sub 8 means that you need these other names to really manifest into upside. And I think the reason that we maybe didn't get the full below 8 into this period is because it was earnings season. And so as soon as you go through earnings, you always get a big chunk down in implied vols, right? So let's zap the balls here. Maybe that meant that's why we didn't get a full below 8 reading. But all that being said, you may not get sub 8, the market could crash. There's no guarantee. We could crash tomorrow before this goes anywhere near 8. All this is telling you is when the overbuying in calls has gotten to a problematic point. And I think that between the NVIDIA earnings and between SpaceX, we're going to get a problematic reading in Core 1M. That's what my guess is. And if that happens, then I'm buying VIX calls or S&P puts just on that reading alone. So, but again, we could fall tomorrow because Iran or whatever other, I don't know, whatever other reason you got. I think there's, a fair number of reasons for things to suck. Rates just going too high because we get into war with Cuba or something. I don't know. Whatever crazy. Yeah, to be 100% clear, if Core 1M goes below 8, I think you want to very strongly consider hedging downside in the market. And that can look like buying VIX calls or buying like 2-month out SPX puts, and you just buy them and then you just wait. The nice thing about that is if you get Core 1M, it means the equity market's rallied a bunch. So you should have gotten paid over that period. So you're taking some of your gains and then rolling that in. Core 1M you can't see on the app, but if you go to TradingView or you go to, it's a SIBO index. So you can just go to the SIBO and look at it there. I've ignored the questions so far. Where are all the questions? Yeah, calendarized map is coming. We have a hero chart upgrade that is due in a couple of weeks. Beta users are going to start getting that. We have another new feature for the web that is like a user feature coming out in the same couple of weeks. That's also in beta. I have the super secret time and sales tool that I've been building out. We have the Discord Pulse system, so this super secret tool is built on kind of the same infrastructure I'm building out Pulse. So there are a bunch of things happening here. And you should start seeing those out in the coming weeks. What is the early look on NVIDIA? I mean, if you start with the scanners and you just say, okay, where are we there? It's very bulled up, right? Risk reversal at 100%, IV rate at 70. The expectations are super high. People are leaning very long into this thing. So,
low ticker minus 800.
That's completely possible. Could NVIDIA be a short-term high in the market? Totally possible. I don't know about you all, but I'm not going to be sitting here surprised if NVIDIA has a great quarter and it's just like, well, we were pricing in, the second coming of the Messiah or whatever, and all we got was, $1 trillion of earnings. So we're not fulfilled. Glad you're excited about spot gaming. We're building fast over here as fast as we can. And so if we just look at the NVIDIA earnings, what does this mean for us sitting here? Well, if you look at the map, right, we can see people are short calls. meaning the dealers are short calls, excuse me, traders are long calls into the event. And so if there's an incredible earnings event, do we rip up into the 250, 260? That's kind of what this is saying, and that's where the positive gamma comes in, and you'd expect some resistance. That's quite a move, right? That's quite a move. And I don't, there's a lot to happen between today and, we're somewhere in this general area, right? So, 240, 250 seems like it could be pretty easy. But to the downside, in this 220, 215 area, this is pretty heavy positive gamma. So it's like, I don't, I just feel like it's a well-supported stock at the moment. And also just think about this too, though. What do people do in NVIDIA? They own it. And then, they own Apple, they own NVIDIA, they own Amazon, they own JP Morgan, and they want yield. So what do? They just systematically sell calls. It's like, that's how this works. So, for NetOI and Trace, we see a call spread above 5K. Can we use that combined? I think you can combine the near-term strikes. I think that we just kind of went through that. Like if you see like 5 98th percentile strikes, do you want to just consider those one? Like I think that's fair. The key thing is like, are you getting 10,000 plus contracts together in a cluster? Then I would say okay, then that is something that is a reasonable thing. Tom said he noticed that the latest Equity Hub export no longer includes some column names. That shouldn't be the case, Tom, but let me verify that. They should include all the columns. For single stock swing trades, what's the cleanest decision tree you would use to separate a real spot gamma edge from noise, specifically when flow control shows unusual bullish or bearish?
Microsoft continues.
Inner compass looks attractive, but Equity Hub wall address, static open interest. Then I'll agree. I think that so this is a good question, and the question is, what is like the priority, right? There's two pieces of this, right? What is the positioning, and then what does it cost for me to bet on a positioning setup? If you have a situation where you are at, let's look and see what's in the kind of or let's go to the reports and just see.
Microsoft breaking.
One of the things that I'm working feverishly on here is the new version of Flow Patrol, so I can tease that to you guys. I've been promising a more succinct version, and so that is in the developer's hands to start publishing. And if you're a Spot Gamma member, you've heard this for a while, so I know it's like boy who cried wolf, but I promise. This is a couple days old, but we're going to change the name of this. But this is the shorter, more succinct report, and so we try to really focus on these names that have more open positions. And then I'm also adding into the context the high skew and high or option signals, right? So the reason I bring this up now is because anonymous attendees asking what matters. And so if you see call buying coming in at longer dated positions in particular, I always am going to think that's interesting. Why? Hedge funds have unlimited resources. So if you see a couple $1 million call buyer, put buyer, vice versa, whatever, or the sector getting bid up, right, or longer dated coming in, then you go, okay, that's a great signal for me. It's something I can really pay attention to and sink my teeth into. There's an idea. Now, how do the options line up? If I see that the world's smartest hedge fund is buying DRAM, right, but the IV rank is 85. It's a newer name, so ETFs you got to take it with a grain of salt. But let's just say it's been around. You go, IV rank is 85 and the skew is a 96. I can't buy calls in that. They're super expensive. That's what the IV rank is telling me. And the skew at
Microsoft's still going.
More so than last year. I can't really do anything with that, right? Like that's kind of like the idea is already expressed. Now DRAM, being the hot thing of the moment, a little bit different. But you still get the point. You look at like TSN, looks like somebody shorted these puts, 390 puts, but they're this week's puts. Like, okay, I don't, that's not someone really sticking out, staking. What about this one, right? LYV, no idea what that is. The skew is very high, but look how low the IV rank is, right? So I could position in options in a pretty cheap method or manner there. So that's the one thing. And then the second one is, where are all the positions laid out, right? Amon had asked about the gamma maps. These maps are based on the SGOI data, not the 90 data. So
NVDA Pulse, Spider Pulse, Micron Pulse.
So we go to Equity Hub and let's just look at NVIDIA.
0 DTE, Colsa.
And you go, well, or something about SanDisk. So this is the playing field for SanDisk, right? And what do you see when you look at this? You see a lot of long gamma strikes. So the dealers long.
Microsoft, nice follow through.
The dealers are positive gamma positions along this whole path. What does that mean? That means that people have sold calls or sold puts, so the dealer is long. And this is our synthetic data, right? So I believe this to be highly accurate. But notice this, right? This is where the positioning absolutely dies off. So I read this as the market kind of telling me no one's really playing for this thing to be over 1550, right? If there's just not really any positioning there. The stock kind of got close there. There's just not positioning again for that to be up. And I think if you were to look down strikes, you would see the same thing, right? Like if people don't own puts, like let's take a look at maybe like a Meta or something. Like, where are the puts in Meta? You think Meta is the dumbest stock in the world, and you want to short it. You look here and you go, okay, there's clearly a strip of short puts or short calls. The dealer's long, right? This is the dealer view from hedge fund flow or retail flow, and there's nothing. There's nothing at all under 500. So okay, that's a 15% move from here. That's fine, but the point is kind of the same, right? So if I see in Flow Patrol a big position, or if I'm looking at skews or whatever, I'm checking out this positioning to see what's possible. If we're down here and someone's buying puts and no one has put positions down here, I'm not gonna buy puts. What if the IV rank is 100 and we're sitting here? I'm definitely not gonna buy puts because they're super expensive. That doesn't make any sense, right? So, if I'm sitting here and I see a big hedge fund position and I see the mother of all strikes here at 745, well, that might really be a great context for my trade, right? Okay, support here. That's where my stop is. This is my upside stop. There's my swing trade. So that's how I would look at it and how I try to put this together. You need the top of funnel idea. Why would I ever even look at maybe like a DRAM or whatever this LVY thing is, right? Why would I ever check that out in positioning like a Dawn Patrol unless it was there? Now there's also the unusual table positions in here, and so
Microsoft trying to break higher.
Call spread, right? September 155, 170 call spread to open. That's a $7 million position. All right. That's pretty big. Or no, bigger, $20 million position, right? What's Pepsi look like? I don't know anything about Pepsi. I bet you these options are pretty cheap. Don't want to buy it just because of that call spread, maybe, right? Now,
Microsoft's still going.
You can always buy options as a hedge for some reason. You don't have to buy it as a directional view, and you got to work through some of that. We can't quite give every little piece of the answer, but the point is the same, right? Okay, very interesting. ExxonMobil, with everything going on with that Iran situation, someone's buying 10,000 to $3 million of the 165 calls for June. Well, that's a pretty big position, right? Is that a hedge? I don't know. What about this one here? Look at that. Look at that put. 100,000. 100,000. These puts bought. 100,000 of them sold. So there's a lot of activity going on there. So you can break this down and pull out, these ideas. Silver straddle. 200,000 lot. Pretty big. So You get the idea, you verify the idea, and if you get one good idea out of this, even per week, then it's worth it, right? I just think you want to get all the positions together. Take the juiciest positions, make sure the options positions line up, find big positions you can lean on. Because some of these names you're going to log in and be like, what is the options positioning in ASX? I don't know what ASX is. Probably nothing, right? So it's just not from an options perspective a name I may play. Now I may play it because of movie and other stuff or whatever. Okay, more power to you. But filtering through, find the one really good idea. The one giant position here that's very clean to look at, and then expand on that, right? XOI, big put position here, 50,000 lot, $6 million set put position. Why does someone want to short the industrials? Right? We're reading this as a put roll, so that's kind of curious and interesting, but you can work on putting this stuff together. Micron.
Just listening to Brett over at Spot Gamma.
It is consolidating in here. You have this giant strike 700. This goes away on Friday, so I think 700 is the upside for this week, if I could guess. And the positioning is just so spread. It kind of looks like you have positive gamma positioning all over until you get to about 765. Then there's light dealer shorts. So, I suppose another 10% is possible, but it starts feeling thinner over there. You can see the bulk of position. Now, gamma's highs are at the money, and the board's likely to get reset. And the reason I say that is because this is all expiration gamma, and then when you remove Friday expiration, you can see how much that gamma reduces, right? Now, you look down here, it's mainly positive gamma position, so this 600 level looks pretty well supported. So you have the support in the 650, which is right here, and then it looks like a gap down to 600, and then that 600 to 550 seems like some decently layered support. So all else equal, if we did get a test of 600, I'll probably try to buy.
Microsoft's still going.
And if we get into the 7 kind of 50, so plus 10%, the whole thing is sort of runs up based on those positions. Now the other question is, what are the options prices doing? Yeah, and you on this list already, right? Very expensive calls, right? So to me, that makes it hard for this thing to keep running. I just think that these calls just have to come on.
There goes Meta. Meta's on the move too. Meta.
Some story about why you got to get into these memory names and
Meta, nice pop.
but these edge case of
Nice volume in here. Nice volume. Can we get above the 50-day? That'd be nice. Here's a 50-day right here.
the stock's sitting near a low wall.
Microsoft looking good. Microsoft, very unusual.
Breakout trigger or a rejection zone. What does the positioning look like around it? So if we go back to Equity Hub, gamma into expiration is going to be a pinning area. That's what I think, right? So in this case, I know that it's this strike that's expiring because this gamma drops so much, right? So to me, 700 into expiration is going to be great pin upside resistance kind of pin play for Micron because gamma's highs for at the money options increases as we get into expiration. So the idea that it rallies up and then we kind of have these hedging flows that may stick to that area makes total sense. If you have a lot of long dated positions that are in place, then that's where things can run, particularly if you have negative gamma, right? So that's why if these positions are all sitting here and they don't expire until, let's say, June, well, then maybe this can run because no one's going to close those positions, right? And there's like an upside chase that may happen. So really the way to weight that is, when are the positions expiring? Is there a lot of positions expiring, say, this week or not, or vice versa? So you can look in Equity Hub and check the percentage of gamma expiring, for example. Is there a ton expiring here or not? Half of all gamma is going to expire.
All right, some profit taking and Microsoft up here.
The calendarized maps when they come up because you can see day to day. Obviously, there's a big expiration here. Wednesday expiration is huge. Thursday expiration is huge for NVIDIA or Tesla. both actually, right? Because you can see the gamma changes so much. So that's why these calendarized maps are going to be, I think, super valuable for that for that exact stuff. Zoom saying when Flow Patrol is showing unusual positioning but equity hub structure is not clean. Do you trust the flow or the levels? For example, if there's a bullish call buying price, but it's sitting under a call wall or near a low vol point, you wait for a wall.
Meta's still pushing. Meta's still going here.
So
Nice little pop in Meta.
A couple of ideas here. Number one is when you look in one of these reports and you see a big position, right? I'm talking about the unusual positions specifically. What is that telling you? That's telling you that an individual fund took an unusually large position in one of these names, right? Pepsi is not a big options name. SAT's not a big options name. VSAT, not a big options name, right? So what we're actually flagging here is unusual volume in that a big NV spent a bunch of money on premium. That's weird. That's not necessarily a dealer hedging flow signal, an options flow signal, in that we want to bet on the hedging flow to move the stock. That's not really what this is. This is here to say someone's smart, or at least smart. It's inferred that they're smart because they have a bunch of premium to spend. Somebody smart bought this name. And if it's a longer dated expiration like this Pepsi trade, you go, why would somebody buy $15 wide call spread and spend $20 million on that, right? Is it because Coke sales are going to be good or Pepsi sales are going to be better than Coke? Or you got to break that apart a little bit, right? Why would somebody buy? I mean, SG calls makes sense. I mean, they sold these call spreads. How dare they? But why would they sell those spreads, right? Did the stock rally? If the stock rallied, then did they have information that they're going to lean against this? They did, right? Okay, they're selling these hard. Are they long the stock and they want to cap it? Do they just think it's not going to rise anymore? Like, you got to work on that a little bit, but that's the point of it, right? The point is it's flagging unusual.
Tesla double bottom.
Or little to do with the dealer hedging side.
Coming into the 2 o'clock hour.
A signal that
Coming into the 2 o'clock hour, we're looking for some of these stocks to continue following through.
You don't know what they're doing. It doesn't always have to be a pension fund. There's a lot of other funds out there. There's also retail traders. There's also inside traders. I mean, some of the most viral stuff on Twitter is someone suddenly buying 100,000 eBay calls the day before Ryan Cohen says, I'm going to buy eBay. So that's the point, is you have to piece a few of these things together. The fact that Sweet Greens rallied this much and someone sold those call spreads, does it matter? I mean, it does matter why they did it, you think, but the fact that they're selling those call spreads in pretty good size tells you that somebody pretty big thinks that this thing's probably going to tap out. And it wasn't a closing position. It was a closing position we would know it in our data, but it's not. It's very clearly an opening call spread. $1 million, right? So they brought in $1 million. They're long the stock, they want to sell that, bring $1 million against the position. That makes some sense. Would I want to short Sweet Greens based on the signal? Maybe. Would I enjoy that trade? Maybe. You get down with that. I don't know much about it, but that's a big position. If you thought that this was the start of the Sweet Green revolution, bringing salad to every doorstep near you, probably not going to sell the $9 call spread. It's not super long dated call spread, but too much too fast. Okay. So, but John, the point is that, sometimes people have stock and then they sell options against or trade options against it. Other times that is the position. You want cheap exposure, right? Well, is the option cheap and someone bought a bunch of it? They're pretty smart. Okay, maybe I want to get down with that trade. You would want to assume that a hedge fund is not going to sell stupidly $20 million worth of cheap Pepsi calls, right? I mean, I know they bought them. This is as good as knowing as you could know from our data. So did they do this into a high IV environment or a low IV environment, for example, right? Could it be a stock replacement? Could it be this? Could it be that? So there's a bunch of different things to think about this. I will tell you this. I have a bunch of models that are coming forward from this data, and we're taking this to the next step, right? So when I say this, it means take the dealer hedging positions, find big positions that are unusual, and then tell me what I should do, right? Long, short, etc. The unusual positions are a little tougher because you have to figure out why. Flow Patrol is showing something weird is or happened in the ticker. You don't know exactly what the full story is. Yeah. The source of this data, so what we do is we aggregate positions across these, what's called the open and closed positions across the exchanges, right? And that is used to verify a proprietary model that we have for hedge funds buying and selling positions. So that is that. And Flow Patrol was designed to give everybody, like, you ever go to like Chipotle and you're like, I have to order the keto salad or whatever because I'm 45 years old and like I want to just, all I really want to do is just eat all the chips and like get a Big Mac and I don't want to do this. And I was like, I don't want people to eat the keto salad. I want people to get like the burrito with everything that is ever good inside of it and then just give you the whole burrito and just eat the whole burrito. Well, it turns out that when that happens, you get sick and you can't digest it. It's like, okay. All right, everyone, I'm sorry. Let's scale this down. Let's make it a little more interesting. So this report will still exist in its entire fullness, but I'm trying to scale it down into more bite-sized pieces, right? Which is what this is. Maybe I can expand this, maybe adjust it, maybe make this data parsable by the dashboard. We're gonna do some stuff with it. We're gonna get that. Pedro, because you are a consistent spot gamma attendee. Take a look at now. A lot of negative gamma to the upside. Look at that thing. These software names, Left 4 Dead, man, they're getting dead now, aren't they? This thing easily, you see that big bar at negative 100. Negative gamma does not get tired until 120. So I see no reason for this thing not to keep. I mean, 10% is a lot in a day, but why should this thing chill on 120? I have no idea. Like it just looks to me like it could run. And if you look at the open interest, this is just calls. Calls. Certainly into 110. Seems like an easy target. Maybe even 120. I think over 120 probably is where you are. Pepsi sales post the World Cup. I also didn't factor that into my math here. You're gonna have the world is supposed to come here for the World Cup, right? And
Low ticker minus 800.
Travel, the energy. Oh crap. Spot Gamma IPO, I like that. And AI to profit. I was thinking about doing, Igor, was I was just going to say, we're going to pivot. We're going to take all further subscription revenues and just buy Blackwells or whatever. Your wife walked in the burrito speak. And she said, Hirsch, please ask this gentleman for my $100 monthly subscription. I'll be back. Hello, Hirsch's wife. I think the burrito analogy landed. One last check of trace here before I wrap this up. You can see I'm hungry, man.
Microsoft, some profit taking. Microsoft.
So the put fly, right? And I think $10 Y for cents off. I've gotten 50 cents off on these moves before, but again, these are getting closed is the problem. So this is not like the A1A setup. Baron Rubin container load. I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna look that up.
Tesla's still sitting at the low. Microsoft at the highs, a little profit taking at Microsoft.
Yeah. How do you use Gex on NOI to builds up the trade?
Meta. Meta continues. All right, looks pretty good profit taking there.
If you are new here, because we're going to wrap this one up now. And you go to our, if you're not in Discord, I hesitate to push people in Discord that are not in Discord because it's just not a platform. But I've unveiled the Spot Gamma support bot in here. You can ask the Discord bot, as you can see in here, questions just like that, RJ. So if you come in here, make sure you invoke the Discord bot. You actually have to say at Spot Gamma AI support, and then you say, how do I use trace to trade 0DTE? You should get a link back. It's probably going to blow up here just to embarrass me, but you should get a link back here with, and I see Invest Hacker has something there. You should get links back with videos and Q&As, recent Q&As that link to when I've had these conversations. And I'm verifying all of these to make sure. And so this is the quick way for you to get a link to a recent webinar that'll give you the information you're looking for. I understand when you want to go get some information and you go into a webinar Q&A, it's an hour and a half long. You're like, I got to listen to Brent, just rant about burritos for an hour just to find the minute that I want. You don't want that, right? You want a link. So this should give you a link. I'm verifying all the stuff that you can't get it. Second one is Pulse is in here. If you guys haven't heard Pulse, what Pulse is doing is every single time there's a trade that takes place in the market, we're giving you an audible cue of something going on. So the cadence of the print has actually been very interesting. You'll hear the pace of the market through there. And then you can go look at the Pulse Discord channel and see what is actually trading. So was it a big trade? Was it a series of small trades? Was it 0DTE? So if you're interested in the 0DTE, you can go in there and check that out. The previous webinar recordings are all under resources, webinar replays. Damn. John, thanks, sir. I really appreciate that. And I got to get the recent recordings into the Discord bot, but I am watching this bot, and I am responding. There's some other stuff in here I'll show you that we're working on to show in here. So you're going to get better time and sales tools out of here. Once I know that this is all legitimate.
Apple trying to turn up. Apple.
Live for everybody right now.
See if we can get something short covering end of day. Back up near 300 maybe.
Support bot to find exactly the information you want. I'm reading these. I'm checking them a couple times a day. So if the answer was shit, I'll give you a good answer and then fix the bot and make sure it's giving a better answer in the future. There's a Pulse channel for only index. So Pulse voice index is what you want there. And that you will hear it go Pulse 0DT SPX, for example. If you go to, let me expand this for you. If you go to social, you should be able to hit this Discord button, and that will give you what you need. If this doesn't work, hit up support info@spotgamma.com.
Tesla making a new low of the day. Tesla.
Right now I have Pulse for index and I have Pulse for voice. I don't have SPX only. And I know people want me to read the strike and do a bunch of other things. I'm kind of limited by what the Discord can do, but again, I'm trying to build this as part of the actual platform, but I need the legit engineers. Okay, Jeff, if you should get a response back very quickly. So is the bot only for the webinar content? The bot has all of our Zendesk, our FAQs. The bot has the support tickets that we've answered in the past. It has custom tickets and answers that we put in. So it's got
Looking for Apple to push a little bit more.
the most accurate Spot Gamma knowledge base.
That's some nice little run-ups here, Microsoft and Meta.
So I'm trying to at least look at that. NP, I hear you on the last 10 minutes. We can talk about that one. I'll try to make a short video on that. All right. I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the video issues today. I mean, y'all are better off not seeing.
All right, that was Brent over at Spot Gamma. He was talking about a few things about the platform, etc. Okay, let's see. All right, so waiting for Apple Apple short covering. Apple short covering starting to show up. Apple short covering starting to turn. Apple. Tesla at the low of the day there. S&P pulling back. All righty. We're watching for some potential follow through after 2 o'clock. Looking for some bounces, maybe. Let's see if anything happens. Intel, watching for a bounce there. Zscaler. Zscaler, big move on Zscaler. If you took it last week, very nice. Zscaler, looking good. Zscaler, nice follow through. That one's running today. Zscaler at the highs of the day. If you were watching it last week, we were looking for this to take off to the upside. We bought some calls. Those are doing well. The 160, 170s. I had to take the 170s off into strength. Max profit at 170. All right. Zscaler. Number one on the NASDAQ. Zscaler. All right, so I had to exit those at 170. That had a limit order to take it off, and it got filled earlier this morning when it ran right through 172 and just kept going. At earnings tomorrow after the close, Zscaler, Palo Alto, and CrowdStrike all looking good. looking good. Zscaler. PANW. PANW. CrowdStrike. Okay, Zscaler at the high. All right, Tesla continues to ramp to move lower. Tesla. Zscaler. All right, so futures pulling back in. Futures. All right, S&P. Trace turning back down. Okay, 5 minute. Okay. A lot of purple down below, a lot of support right in this area. 99 percentile at 73.60, probably pins in that area. Tesla still moving lower. It's at 406.79. Tesla, no follow through. All right. Oracle, just consolidating, looking for some follow through in Oracle. Okay, Firefly, looking for that breakout. We got the pop this morning, took out the highs over here. Firefly took out that 46 level and then reversed. Looked like a liquidity grab. Maybe we follow through into that tomorrow. Looks good. Firefly. BlackBerry, cheap name, continues to trend higher. Looks pretty good on the daily. Firefly. Snowflake, also looking pretty good. Snowflake. Looking for that to continue. Broke the downtrend. Brent was talking about clear to 170 on Snowflake. Or was that ServiceNow he was talking about? ServiceNow 110, I think. Yeah, ServiceNow he was talking about 110. Snowflake looks good. ServiceNow as well. ServiceNow, big gap up, clearing the 50-day. Options positioning, gamma, good to 110. So we could run up to 110 this week. Volume coming in, looks good. NVDA with earnings this week at the lows. NVIDIA is not performing well today. After that dip last week, NVIDIA. Okay, big bearish candle today. Okay. Okay, I'm going to grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
And so wherever the context is, wherever the action is, that's where you want to produce the intelligence. For most of the early applications of AI, it was in the cloud. A lot of consumer services are in the cloud. However, for really Samsung, the future manufacturing, a lot of companies, you want the agents to be on-prem because that's where all of your data is, where all your secure data is, your proprietary data, and all of the skills associated with your company is. And so now we have agents that are here, AIs that can do work. Right? ChatGPT was fantastic. We launched generative AI. Making content is very important, but doing work is really valuable. And now we're doing productive work incredibly well. That's why they're called agentic AI.
In this new era, what everyone is trying to work out is on with the GPUs not well, and the hyperscalers, how is Michael Dell going to service those 1,000 new clients with the GPUs to build their own on-prem local AI factory?
Well, the supply chain that Jensen has built together is continuing to scale up. And while it's true that there's more demand than supply, there's more supply that's being added, and customers are figuring out how they start to scale these systems up. So, I think what's also happening is companies are understanding that when they reimagine their workflows using this technology, they don't get 10 or 20 or 30% improvement, they get 10 times or 20 times, 100 times. And that is really the speed that matters to make a business successful. We're doing it ourselves, NVIDIA is doing it, and so it's not a secret anymore that these things are possible. And every company wants to capture that speed and translate it into better advantage outcomes.
Dell was the sales channel, right? Jensen, right? Those companies very good at selling technology to America's biggest companies. How is that going to change things for NVIDIA going forward? Like many companies, like the companies we're talking about, are at scale, but there's also that kind of vision architect of data centers being built, different kinds in the industrial space, in healthcare. Is that something that puts NVIDIA into new territory, away from the frontier labs, away from the hyperscalers?
Well, NVIDIA is a technology company. The hyperscalers have the ability to take our technology and integrate them, operate them into a service. Dell has the ability to take our technology, turn it into a solution that delivers impact to customers. If you look at what's happened, agentic AI has completely, as we were talking about earlier, reinvented computing. We have to do several things together. The first thing, of course, we have to build a brain. This is the race platform for NVLink 72, the airload in NVLink 72, giant large language models. The second part now is the Vera CPU that we're now in the process of launching. The highest performing CPU in the world is designed for agentic AI. And now this will be the harness running the agent itself, using the tools.
You're really wanting what does harness mean?
Harness is what it's a harness around the large language model so that it can access memory, access the network, use tools, have multiple scratch pad memory, working memory, access long-term memory. And so that harness basically turns, if you will, the brain into an agent, into a digital robot, if you will, that can do work. And so now the agent runs on the CPU. We also work with Dell to create a new title long-term memory for agents. The Dell AI Data Platform. That's built on NVIDIA. The networking to scale it out is built on NVIDIA. So the agent, the brain, the long-term memory, all of the networking necessary to scale it up, as well as the agent runtime itself, we call a NemoClaw, running in a secure and governed container called OpenShell. All of that has been put together, and now the technology, all the technology parts, what Dell has to do is turn it into a solution that people can use. Dell will do, or the world's enterprises, what the clouds do for the clouds. Makes perfect sense.
What is the Dell story, Michael, around the CPU and sort of like generally purpose computing in the agentic
So instead of humans using tools, it's now agents using tools. And agents, you were talking about earlier on stage, we have a billion people. We'll have hundreds of billions of agents. People use tools every now and then. Agents are going to use tools all the time, and agents use tools very quickly. And so we're going to need a lot more CPUs. Those CPUs are connected to GPU brains so that the CPUs know how to think, how to reason, how to plan, and how to use those tools. So that's basically how it works. What is the biggest constraint on the GPU right now? Well, certainly, memory is a challenge. I think it's memory. The advanced node semiconductors are still challenging. It's really, we think about it from the things that we're producing, and the semiconductor supply chain is ramping, but the demand's run faster than the supply. In our case, we provide the technology integrated, and so the memory comes with our technology. We've been planning our supply chain for a couple of 2-3 years. We're the largest supply chain in the world. Our partners have done a great job securing supply for us, and so all of the pieces go together. The CoWoS is lined up with HBM, which is lined up with the Grace Blackwell, so the CPUs, CoWoS on, CoWoS L, CoWoS S, all of it is all lined up. The silicon photonics is lined up, everything is all lined up. It's just that the demand is much greater than the overall capacity as well. Capacity, should I, as I mentioned away, about intelligent storage is fast. And so you would kind of have to convince the memory makers of the permanency of this to build capacity and avoid sort of fall away. Is that the right way of looking at it? That this is not a boom and bust cycle, it's just a complete change in the structure of that market. Well, what you want to do is all the time, we spend a lot of time in the supply chain. I mean, if you ask Sanjay, yesterday over at Pipeline, they'll tell you 3 years ago, during a meeting, I explained the future to them exactly as it's happening right now. And I'm really grateful that my firm, NVDA, really lined up to line up all of our roadmap. Tony will tell you over at SK that we did the same thing years before. And so it's our job to make sure that the vision of the future of the industry, we convey upstream to our supply chain so that they are building for it. We also have to convey it downstream to people who have power generators and land, financing, and so on and so forth. And so we have to make sure that the supply chain upstream and downstream are prepared for this future. It is true that the simple logic is this, that we have now reached a level of agentic AI, useful AI, productive AI capability. And the way to think about these agents is kind of like just digital workers. We have hundreds of millions of digital workers in the world. We're going to have billions of AI agents in the world, and they're going to be working 24/7. And so just as we give every digital worker a laptop and a small part of the data center, we're going to have to give every agent essentially a computer and a little bit of storage in the data center to use. Think about it this way, you do individual work, as a person, and you send it off.
Hedge flows down to the low. We still got a lot of positive gamma down here below. Support.
What the demand is going to be in 2027, you would have a hard time doing that. So it does take a long time to build these factories, but we've got great relationships with these partners we have for decades. That's helping us, and they see the warning, so they want to work with us more. And it's really great long-term partnership, even though we like more right now. We're in the beginning of the AI build-out. This is literally the very beginning of the agentic AI build-out. We're going to be building this out for a decade, maybe more, because after this, digital agents will
We're being physical agents. So we go to the physical AI. We haven't even started that. You saw some examples of that, in the keynote. So that is a bigger market, and it will require all sorts of new infrastructure capability. For the very first time, bring IT to the world's $90 trillion other industry. And so there's a giant industry ahead of us to build towards. Now, meanwhile, the supply chain is more than doubling every year. I mean, it's probably quadrupling every year. We'll still have a hard time keeping up with the build out for at least a decade plus. China.
Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft turning. RSI rising.
President Xi was very clear that he wants China to be an even wider open market premier. Li Qiang was very straightforward and explained very eloquently that China would be an open market. So we're looking forward to China being a more open market. You were able to meet with those officials directly to discuss whether you could sell.
They've been talking to Jensen Huang and Michael Dell on Bloomberg for the last 10 minutes or so.
We're doing so at a time when demand for AI is the beginning of this new computer revolution is happening. And so demand is extraordinary. And so as a result, we're building more factories here in the United States, chip factories, packaging, computer factories, AI factories, of course. So we're building factories of all kinds here. They're also ramping up capacity. And the reason for that is because the demand is just so great across the board. I think the answer is that we want to have, it is possible to have supply chain diversity and resilience, and everybody should be seeking to improve that. It is also very true that Taiwan will continue to be one of the epicenters of the world's technology hub. Like I grew up using a Dell computer, that, we discussed it in the past, desktop, laptop. You and I never talk about computers in that context. We're always talking about supercomputers, accelerated computing. But I think you should upgrade. I mean, we have the new XPS
All right, looking for Netflix to bounce as well. Netflix trying to turn back up. Not a bad day for Netflix. Bullish engulfing. Maybe we get a follow through tomorrow. I sense that we will. MACD, stochastic, RSI, everything turned up on Netflix, looking good. 21 day, 50 day, RSI rising. This looks good for tomorrow. Microsoft. Hey, New York FANG index. Looking for those buyers to show up. Okay, no buyers, only sellers today. We'll continue to pull back into probably back to the 21 day, the way things look right now. RSI turning down. MACD turned down. Stochastics turning down. So it looks like we're going to be consolidating for a couple of days into NVIDIA earnings. Pretty much all the tech stocks look the same. Tech distribution last week. Okay, first really down negative bar we've had since over here in late March. We had a nice run up for 7 weeks, so should be expecting some consolidation. Best case scenario is we stay up here north of the 21 day and rebound into this area. So that's what we're looking forward to into NVIDIA earnings on Wednesday. Microsoft. All right, so it's pretty obvious that software is getting some attention. Snowflake following through, ServiceNow following through, Adobe following through, Autodesk following through. All these software names that got beat up over the last few months are now rallying. This is IGB, the software sector. Looks good. Oracle, one of the biggest components of IGB, Oracle, that's pulling back a little bit. To the 21 day, looking for a bounce tomorrow.
And on healthcare and really public health, remember last week we were talking about the hantavirus with Dr. of Johns Hopkins. Now,
Everything's fading at the moment. Microsoft fading from the high, Apple fading at the low of the day. Apple, all the tech stocks pulling back.
And so we are delighted to have back with us Dr. Susan Blumenthal. She's retired Rear Admiral, former U.S. Assistant Surgeon General, and the first ever Deputy Assistant Secretary for Women's Health. I could go on and on and on. We love talking with you. Your experience, your background, you've seen so much. When we talk about Ebola or a new virus, how do you think about these? I mean, is it just a matter of time before there's something that is akin to what we got with the coronavirus? Well, I think that what we need to realize is that there are more than 40 different infectious diseases circulating right now. And that infectious diseases have killed more people than war. And that's why we need to stay vigilant against them. We need to keep our public health infrastructure strong and our ability for preparedness and response. And we're at a time where that's being deconstructed.
Shut up.
Amazon will be faster than Starlink, and Starlink's already a great product. But then you bring the offerings that Amazon has with Prime, and they've got the world's leading merchandiser. One of the great things airlines have never been able to figure out is now you got people in an airplane, you got them seatbelted in, they're bored out of their mind, they're there for hours on end. What can you bring them to actually make their time more valuable, whether it's shopping, whether it's gaming, whether it's live TV of multiple iterations? And that's what we're working with Amazon.
So true. So let's go back to the share price and some of the laggards that this may not be economical. In that sense, do you care, so to speak, if United and American were?
All right, it's been a pretty decent day, all things considered. Some of these winners, like Microsoft, pulling back from the high, so people taking profits off. We'll look for a follow through tomorrow, perhaps, in the software group. Energy hanging in there. Energy back to the highs of the day. Energy, Apache, all of these energy names back to the highs. ABCD pattern. ConocoPhillips, all of these continue. Chevron, ExxonMobil.
Some of the support they provided.
Right. But now, of course, there was potentially going to be maybe a deal with Spirit to help shore it up, or then the other regional players said, okay, well then maybe us too. But from the administration's point of view, they're looking for low-cost tickets, and I think that's right. But I hear what you're saying, that there may be there's too many seats. There's not enough, like the whole model in that range. It sounds like, so what's going to happen? The ticket prices are probably going up then, or availability will be diminished?
Well, at today's fuel environment, ticket prices are up for us, are up somewhere between 10 and 15% on a year over year. Probably where most of the industry needs to get to.
The energy stocks very strong.
Of the oil, which is up double just this quarter, and hopefully over the rest of the year, we'll figure out the rest of it. But you've got the carriers that do not have brand recognition, do not have strength, do not have the balance sheet to get through this time. If the fuel spike continues on a 6-12 month basis, there's going to be some trouble there.
Do you see any traffic move your way after Spirit, or is that customer base that's very different?
It's very good. There's not too many people deciding between Spirit and Delta.
Although those who had to find some, I know in that whole.
We offered rescue fares, and
Exactly.
we were out there. We hired some Spirit employees. They have slots here at LaGuardia that would be interested in. So, yeah.
No, she said, I got you right on Delta when I said it was a great experience.
Yeah, and we offer a lot of low fares in basic economy, so it's not as if we just don't have the real cheap fares that you can't make.
Maybe we could stand. Still think about that model sometimes. Ed, seriously, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Always good to be with you guys.
Thanks. Ed Bastian of Delta. Let's get over to Christina Parts and Evelyn now for the CNBC News Update. Christina?
Well, days after the South Carolina Supreme Court overturned the murder convictions of disgraced lawyer Alex Murdaugh, he filed a civil rights lawsuit against a former court clerk. The court ruled Murdaugh was denied a fair trial over allegedly killing his wife and son because the clerk exerted improper influence on the jury. In the suit, Murdaugh's legal team claims he suffered $600,000 in monetary damages as a result of her actions. A ship filled with humanitarian aid from Mexico and Uruguay arrived in Havana today, according to a Cuban government statement. The supplies included food and personal hygiene items. Cuba is facing a worsening economic and energy crisis when the U.S. cut off its oil supply from Venezuela and insisted on fundamental changes to the regime in exchange for future assistance.
ExxonMobil, all of these energy stocks looking really good for the follow through. It's only day 2 of the squeeze triggering volume, about half of what we saw on Friday, but still following through. Energy looking really good. ExxonMobil. ExxonMobil. Energy stocks doing well. Looks good.
Energy that's closed down. It's also aluminum, steel. So auto prices are going to go higher. Yeah. So we're super bearish about inflation while the Straits close, but very bullish when it opens. It was running about 2%, and we think Warsh will track more real-time inflation. So it'll correct for things like shelter that are delayed and imputed. And we're going to get really low prints because of tariffs rolling off. So it's bearish in the short run, bullish after the Strait reopens.
Okay, so bullish after the Strait reopens, and that's when you have names like KKR and Citizens Financial, Bank of America, Microsoft, Oracle. Added picks if the war ends. KKR, as I said, Citizens, the CFG, and Bank of America, and Oracle, and Microsoft. What about the ones that you have now as the war continues? You have AMD, Marvell, Lockheed Martin, LNG, Amazon, Exxon, Chevron, Energy Transfer, right? Energy Transfer. Tell me about these.
Well, they kind of fall into 3 categories. Really, the one I'm most excited about now is the one that seems the least exciting, which is Lockheed Martin. It came off for really no reason, about $100. Yeah. Fantastic company. Used to be headquartered in my hometown, Palo Alto, actually Sunnyvale. beta of 0.2, so it's 20% as volatile, like Marvell's 2.2. But works really well when the war is raging. You can write covered calls on it if you do that. We do that in our ICAP ETF. And get really big premiums. It's only trading at 16 times, so it's about a 2% yield. Right. So like a very safe bet, because we think the market's pretty dicey right now. We're not in earnings season. We have these war headlines whipping us around every day. And so that's kind of like the easiest pick. There's a whole bunch of energy picks. Those are also easy. They may not do so well, but they're pretty conservative. So even if the war ends, they're going to be fine. Like those are great long-term companies. Energy transfer, LNG are very cheap companies. So those are all weather picks. And then Marvell and Amazon have this huge secular growth, and they have been outperforming during the war. Like actually, our call is to have a flat market, but it's already been flat for the last month. The equal-weight market's been flat. So
thank you
we think those are defensive picks. Okay. And some of them have higher betas.
I'm glad you explained that too, which ones may be better for the long term. Jay Hatfield, CEO, CIO, Infrastructure Capital Advisors. Great to see you, Jay. Thank you so much. Coming up, large options trades, real trades. Alex Coffey has them. Amazon, Alphabet, NVIDIA. We'll be right back. The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions. From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action. And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time.
It suits you. Just turn into a for-profit operation where the officers and directors of the charity enrich themselves to the tune of billions. And that's what actually happened here. And that's just wrong. And but for Elon Musk, they'd be getting away with it. So this is by no means over in our view.
The judge, though, seemed very firm about the not necessarily being open to an appeal, or just her opinion on feeling like she came to a decision. Does that discourage you at all?
Well, no, that's incorrect. She wasn't firm about being not open to appeal. She assumed there would be an appeal, and she's just considering whether we could appeal now or wait till the rest of the case.
I thought from her tone in there, it sounded like she was ready to basically say that it was not an option. Is that
incorrect?
Incorrect. Okay.
That's incorrect.
So you do plan to file an appeal, and that is what else? I wonder. There have been people and commentators who have said that Elon Musk, his goal in this was actually to disparage OpenAI, not necessarily to win a legal case. What's your reaction to that?
That's nonsense. It's just nonsense. This isn't about Elon Musk. This is about the defendants and whether what they did was right or wrong. And he was not alone. During this case, there were all sorts of people from all sides of the political spectrum.
Microsoft still fading from the high. Pretty decent move today. Still got some resistance overhead that we need to deal with up in this area, these wicks. We got to take this area out. Some decent volume over the last 4 trading days, including today.
A charity in a charitable form to raise publicly subsidized funds and use that as a new form of startup money.
Well, one of the things that came out in this trial, at least even in jury selection, was preconceptions against Elon Musk for political views and against AI. I mean, we have protesters walking back and forth through the shot now. Do you think that all affected the outcome?
Got a little over an hour to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, May the 18th, 2:55 p.m.
At the end of the day, it did come down to statutes of limitations. I mean, just timing. How did you expect that? And it seems like that really was the crux of this, that they just missed the window or must miss the window to file that lawsuit.
That was an issue, but it was acknowledged in the case that a charity can engage in
All right, Microsoft fading some more.
as the money flows to the charity, which initially they were raising amounts of money, and Elon felt that it was okay. It was when they pretty much fully converted to a for-profit operation with $10 billion investment and all sorts of other changes to their structure that he filed suit.
I wonder about AI safety too. We heard Elon Musk say on the stand that he worried about a Terminator-style event, and what all of this means for
All
AI
right,
safety.
CNBC, you're really annoying though.
And those AI infrastructure names that have been driving this rally for the last several weeks. The first company that I'm taking a look at today is Seagate Technology shares. They're down about 10%, which is the worst day since last April during the tariff sell-off. This is after comments from management at a JP Morgan conference earlier today saying that they don't think that they'll be able to keep up with soaring demand for their chips. CEO David Mosley said building new factories will, quote, take too long, and that is enough to send investors running, taking some profits there after a really strong 8 weeks for the company. This is, of course, amid a short rally in the broader semiconductor sector. Just taking a look today at the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Exchange Index, that is also down 4.2%. So this is as other memory chip makers also fell today, guys.
All right, so Seagate, one of the big laggards in the trade today. You had quite a big dip to the downside. Top decliner, excuse me, in both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. All right, let's get kind of.
All right, these 99 percentile strikes down here were tested. We're down in this zone now. Little fade. Brent was mentioning this as well. The 7350 zone, right down there right now. 7355.
Low, take alert minus 800.
All right, so we've been up for 7 weeks straight. This is week number 8. So you shouldn't be surprised that we're having some consolidation going into NVIDIA earnings. A lot of people most likely are reducing exposure. We did that the last couple of weeks. Over the last couple of weeks, we were suggesting taking some profits off the table, roll some of your calls. If you have calls that were very expensive, roll out to June, July, August. Reduce your exposure to short-term, short-dated options that expire within 15 days, the 30 days. Roll some of those out. And yeah, that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing some consolidation. S&P finally starting to show signs of hesitation about moving higher in the short term. So it looks like we're going to consolidate a bit more today, this week. All right, so here's the weekly chart starting to consolidate. Start to consolidate at the highs. Okay, so 7,400 below 7,400, 7,350, 7,300. RSI turning back down. So it looks like consolidation for this week. Okay. This could change a lot after Wednesday's earnings. Okay, this is a gap up area right here. There's a gap right there. Can't believe we actually hit 7,500 last week. One thing we've got going for us is good earnings. So that should help us to stay up at least up in this area, I would think. All right, so that's turned back down, MACD. Okay, stochastic's turning down pretty quickly now. Okay. All right, so we're going to be consolidating, it looks like, this week. Energy. If you're looking for areas to put money to work, maybe a little bit in energy. This is very, very strong. ExxonMobil. Many of these are following through. ExxonMobil. Okay, coming back down a little bit at the moment.
High tick alert plus 800.
Oh, high tick alert. High tick alert. Out of the blue. High tick alert. Whoa. That was a big, big pop there. Big reversal there on S&P. High tick alert. Okay, everything jumping back up. Everything's jumping back up now. Big reversal. Boom. S&P. S&P. Boom. News. High tick alert. Netflix turning back up. All right, a lot of things just turned back up. Intel turning back up. All right, so a lot of stocks, shorts covering. I would just view it shorts covering. ExxonMobil just turned back down. Energy stocks got sold just now. Getting sold. I imagine energy would continue to move higher, not lower, given the news that the U.S. is going to cease
the AI story. Advertising continues to decline sharply. Online marketing revenue fell 22% year over year, and even their AI monetization story does still remain fairly uneven. We saw AI applications revenue actually flat from last year, and strong infra demand did continue, but weak consumer-facing monetization was a bit of a concern. So costs are rising, margins are relatively low at 12% of their operating margins. You can understand why
Okay. Initially, some of these energy names pulling back. I got a feeling they'll be bouncing tomorrow. Microsoft, nice little bounce on Microsoft. Many of these stocks just bounced. Okay, Microsoft, Apple. Okay, big pop on Apple, Microsoft, Netflix turning back up after a nice early morning trade. Netflix turning back up. Amazon. Okay, Meta just bounced as well. Meta, all of these are bouncing. I would take the opportunity to reduce my exposure. If you haven't already done so, I would take some of these opportunities to reduce your exposure going into NVIDIA earnings. All right, what's BlackBerry doing? BlackBerry today up earlier, off the highs of the session, turning back up. BlackBerry, Firefly, that one took out the wick overhead. Liquidity grab, that hit VWAP, just got rejected. Tesla, a little bounce on Tesla. Netflix following through. Netflix, nice little pop back up. Netflix gonna close above Friday's high, it looks like. Maybe we're lucky. All right, so a little bounce there, but overall the markets have been looking worse for wear. Like we need to see some consolidation. So nice little reprieve there. Bounces back up to VWAP and got rejected, but I would think that we're going to consolidate more. Okay, so if you got excited because this bounced a little bit, I would take the opportunity to reduce some exposure. See if we can't follow through a little bit higher. Yeah, nice little bounce there. Okay. Okay, Apple. Let's see what Apple looks like here. Apple, nice little bounce there on Apple. Apple. Okay, we got about 51 minutes to go. 51 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Betting, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, May 18th, 3:09 p.m.
You can multiply that by 2022, and somewhere in that range, you get over 8,000 on the market.
All right. Well, we will see. Ed, I'm going to let you go. I appreciate you.
Ed Yardeni. His target's like 8,200 or something like that by year end.
Let's get to Megan Casella at the White House, who has more on that Truth Social post from President Trump. Hi there.
Scott, that's right. The president saying now that he will be holding off on a strike on Iran that had been planned for tomorrow. He says in this Truth Social post that he was asked by the leaders of Saudi Arabia and the UAE to hold off on this planned military attack. which he says is because serious negotiations are now taking place. He says, in their opinion, these two leaders feel that a deal will be made.
The Iranians will be doing this until perpetuity. This has been the story for what, 47 years. Watching all the New York Fangs. New York Fangs look a lot better than they did earlier this morning. New York Fang components look a lot better. Okay, with the wick right here. This looked pretty ugly before. Do we get back above the 9 EMA and bounce into tomorrow? Tell you what, if you're overexposed on the markets, I would be using any opportunity. If we bounce back up tomorrow and head towards these highs, I would use that opportunity to reassess your positions. If you got short dated options like 15 days or less, 30 days or less, maybe, consider rolling some out. Give yourself more time because the theta is going to kick in, especially if it's under 14 days, under 2 weeks. If the markets do consolidate for the next couple of days and build some more gamma below, that could affect your options, like especially if you're trading options. If you're trading longer term, if you have positions like Oracle, which we're looking into next year, that's one thing. But if it's short-term options, I would definitely be looking at the opportunity to roll some of your calls out. Okay. All right. So we got a nice little bounce in the S&P. I don't know how many more times we can get this kind of reprieve. Keep expecting prices to roll over. We finally got it this week. Okay, so we got a little bounce so far. Back above the 9 EMA on the daily, S&P daily.
Absolutely. We know that they are watching all of these things. They're watching the stock market. They're watching the oil market. They're watching the prices of gas, for example. And they're looking at the polling that shows pretty large majorities now of Americans, and a lot of people, and the New York Times has them out today, not approving of the president's handling of the economy. And that's where all of this that you're
shut up. God, CNBC.
Jenny, really appreciate you breaking down those stories.
Always got to get into politics. All right, S&P trying to bounce. Okay. Let's see. BlackBerry. That's looking pretty good. Pushing higher. RSI rising. BlackBerry. Nice volume. Looking for this thing to break out. Do something. BlackBerry. What's Rocket Labs doing? Rocket Labs. Okay, at the highs. ASTS. All right, these are all looking pretty good. Firefly. Okay. The energy space, a little dip there, but still looking strong. ExxonMobil, all of these coming out of a squeeze. Okay. SMH, semiconductors. Okay, still looks kind of ugly. Looking for consolidation in tech. The one saving grace right now is software rotating in. Software looks good. Okay, software looking good. Trending. Stocks like Microsoft, Snowflake, ServiceNow, all of these breaking out to the upside. Adobe, Workday. All right, so all these software names look pretty good. Okay. So we got about 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes to go. I'm going to take a couple of minute break and I'll be right back.
Few months ago, we were thinking about inflation was coming down, there was a cooling of the labor market, and so easing in that environment made sense because you did not want to have real rates going up to effectively tightening policy. Now we are being verse of the world where inflation is
So you start easing at a time when the last inflation print plus the structural forces I was just describing are going to put at least one upward pressure on inflation.
I'm curious with regards to the current situation with regards to energy. I am curious. I mean, you were at the IMF and wrote the Global Stability Report at a time when we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which of course created an oil shock. You were back there at the Federal Reserve during the onset of the global financial crisis. Does what we're seeing now have any parallels or hallmarks to what we saw back then?
I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the closest you can get in terms of the supply shock. My concern is now that this is the fourth shock in a row in terms of supply. And so what firms and what consumers actually have learned when they form their expectation about where prices are headed, what kind of negotiations will be in terms of wages. So the risk is like where this inflation expectation may become more entrenched. Now, there is little signs over the medium term, like whether you look at what it's in the PIPS market, inflation swaps, or even surveys, but there are some uptick in measure, for example, like surveys 1 year, 2 year ahead, and also in the market-based measure inflation expectation. Like the 5-year PIPS since the beginning of the war is up 20, 30 basis points. So 5-year PIPS is not something I would call the short term. So that's, for me, that's a sign that you should be concerned about.
Inflation has been above target for around 5 years now. At what point does temporary become structural?
This is exactly the point, that you have the structural changes that are occurring under the hood, plus you have this inflationary pressure that they're continuing to, or this supply shock that happens. And the biggest concern, I think, that they get embedded in inflation expectation. That's why we were calling in that OPED to have a more symmetric description of the inflation output. Under what scenarios policy, the appropriate policies to keep the rates where they are, under what scenarios the committee will be willing and thinking about easing monetary policy, but under what scenario, in fact, there may be a need to actually increase interest rate so that you don't have this de facto easing of real rates against a backdrop where financial conditions are extremely easy, right? Ultimately, the transmission of monetary policies from short-term rates to financial conditions. And I think I would struggle to characterize financial condition as static at this point.
And you've also said that globalization as we know it is effectively dead. What do you think replaces it? And could that be more inflationary?
What is replacing globalization as we knew it a few years ago? It's a world where there is more fragmentation along fault line of geopolitical alliances, for example.
Control. There have been times where unforced errors have caused big sell-offs, but they have been reversed almost immediately. I want you to put me inside the mind of somebody who sees this market at record highs and who is reticent to get to negative, in part because it knows, you know, of what exists at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue at any one moment.
Well, that's part of it, right? But the underlying fundamentals of the economy is the big reason why not to get too negative. If we weren't growing at, I don't even know if it's 4%, Scott, if it's 2.5%, 3%, that's a lot higher than normal. Normal is 1.5%. And then, again, it's high-end consumer. That's definitely happening. It's AI. It's also helping you, whether you think it's beautiful or not. That's helping too. So there's a lot of underlying momentum in the economy, and all we care about is where earnings are going. And earnings are, and it has been a narrow market, which has been really frustrating. But I went back and I looked at various different sectors in terms of which sectors did well. It wasn't just tech and comm services. Of course, they're leading, but it's discretionary, it's materials, it's financials. I hope, and I'm counting on those sectors to broaden out over time, because those were the sectors, the cyclical leaders were leading in February up until pre-war. They were leading, and then they
haven't done
over.
anything lately. Like the banks haven't done anything lately.
They have not, but they're cheap, and the earnings were up on average 23%, and the stocks are cheap. Materials, the same drill. Anything industrial tied to the box, inside the box of a data center. I mean, talk about earnings. I mean, my goodness, not only earnings growing double digits, but backlogs on average are growing about 30 to 40%. So the visibility is there. I think that's where you want to be paying attention to in terms of if we do get a pullback.
Mary, I want you to speak to the narrowness of this market. Which, as I suggested at the outset, just had this market ripe for something, right? Because it's just unhealthy to go along where, S&P's up 10% on the year, a little bit less obviously than that, but tech accounting for 85% of the returns. I think there was a doubt that was going to be able to continue for very much longer.
Look, you're still seeing some of those different cyclical sectors in the AI areas and the AI-related industries participating. So the sector participation has certainly broadened out. You've seen that broadening out generally down market cap. You've seen it broadening out abroad. The challenge for us is the thematic concentration is still there. So how do you find some of these counterweights to AI in particular? As that will continue to grow, that will continue to be a strong weight in the portfolio, but thinking about areas like financials, worst performer on the year, where the earnings have been so strong, and it's kind of the only area you can get outside of the AI trade that probably still has legs unrelated to it.
I still hear though from notes that are coming out that they may speak to what you're talking about and have belief in some of those areas too, but at the same time revert back to don't fight the tape. I mean, this is the AI market until it isn't. And it's going to overcomplicate it for you if you try and go all these other places believing that these areas aren't cheap. There just doesn't seem to be a lot of sentiment behind it.
I think the starting point is so important because no one in a portfolio realistically is going against the AI trade, given how concentrated it is in the markets and in the benchmark itself. It's really hard to avoid it and it's hard to diversify away from it. So I wouldn't suggest that probably anybody is really underweight the AI trade. It's just about finding some of those additional levers. And look, it works till it doesn't. And yet we've seen so many pockets of time over the last couple of years where you have these corrections, you have these pullbacks that can have a very sharp impact in portfolios because of that concentration issue. While they do tend to have really strong snapbacks as well, if you're looking for a more stable investor experience, you have to think about where some of those portfolio stabilizers are and separate the growth from the stabilizers.
All right, it's been a busy day, a big one. We'll talk to you again soon, Maren. Thanks. Stephanie, thank you as well. That's Stephanie Link. We do have more now on Elon Musk losing that court battle against Sam Altman and OpenAI. Kate Rooney following the money from the very, very beginning. So we've now heard, as I said at the top of the program, lawyers from both sides. We're still waiting to hear from Musk and Altman themselves, correct?
Yeah, Scott, we haven't heard from either CEO. I saw Sam Altman was tweeting about some product news for OpenAI, but no comment yet from what I'm seeing on the lawsuit. But Scott, it was a very swift decision in favor of OpenAI. Came within just a couple of hours. The jury rejected Elon Musk's claims that we've heard over the past couple of weeks here, 3 weeks now, against OpenAI and its CEO Sam Altman, ending what has been a dramatic chapter in this bitter tech rivalry that's been playing out in this trial. It all came down to pretty much a shot clock. So the jury ruled that Musk did not actually file the lawsuit on time. They came down to the statute of limitations, and that really helped streamline their decision today. So it was an advisory jury, meaning that the judge actually did have the final say after the jury came to their decision. The judge, Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers, in this case, followed with her ruling almost minutes after we got that initial jury decision. She did agree with this advisory jury's ruling that Altman and OpenAI are not actually liable. The two claims that we were hearing about were breach of a charitable trust and unjust enrichment. She said those are dismissed as untimely, going back to that shot clock I mentioned. Elon Musk's lawyer that we spoke to outside the courthouse here, Mark Toberoff, telling me I have a one-word reaction. He said, appeal. OpenAI's lawyers on the other side said that Musk is a, quote, formidable adversary, but we do find that the persistent application of the legal principles in this case, and he said that the remorseless search, as they call it, for evidence is what wins cases even against Elon Musk. This is not that particular lawyer's first time going up against Elon Musk. We should mention he actually represented Twitter in that case and won, so he's got some experience in this arena, Scott.
There was a bit of a dispute. I'm wondering if you have any more clarity on it. Musk's attorney suggested
with the lawsuit in terms of, if Musk ultimately wins. And look, it's a positive for OpenAI, it's a positive for Altman. Yeah, I mean, relative to Musk and SpaceX, I think investors would almost say they almost rather him focus on SpaceX as well. And this is an arms race. No one's throwing sand in the gears right now of OpenAI.
How does this affect xAI, especially as Musk tries to position xAI as the rival of OpenAI?
Yeah, look, they're behind, right? I mean, it's clear. Look, you combine it with SpaceX. We think ultimately you combine it with Tesla, next year. But you have Anthropic top of the mountain. You have OpenAI. It was viewed that this was going to slow them up. It's not, right? So now the question is that it's about CapEx. It's about just trying to narrow the gaps on different what Google's done as well. But it's not going to be through the legal, right? It's not going to be through lawsuits. This is more of a soap opera that ultimately has, pretty positive ending, at least for OpenAI.
I am curious too. I mean, there's been a lot of soap operas going on in the AI space from the perspective of Microsoft, because there were a lot of people focused on that as well. Obviously, they came up a lot. Of course, some of which I had to testify with regards to sort of what happened behind the scenes. But do you get the sense here that Microsoft is still committed to holding on to its OpenAI stake and riding whatever wave we get over the next few years?
Yeah, I do think. I mean, look, if you go back, that was hot drama. And if it's not for Nadella, I don't even know, what the situation will be with OpenAI. He needed to almost be the sort of adult in the room at that time.
Yeah.
But they are committed, but also it's training wheels as well. I mean, like Microsoft's doing a lot of their own organic initiatives. It's part of what they need to do in terms of Azure. Get Copilot, obviously, further up in the game to where they need to do. And look, but this is from Microsoft. I continue to think they're in a very, very good position. But OpenAI, it's obviously a partner, but a competitor as well.
Yeah, and I did misspeak there. I meant Satya Nadella, not Sundar Pichai.
Very quickly then, what do you think this reveals about the economics of AI, especially the tens and billions of dollars tied to these companies?
Game of high stakes poker, right? And I think this just shows that, the amount of drama that's going to go on internally. This is just the start, right? Get the popcorn out. This is not going to be the only lawsuit, and we're going to continue to see this play out across big tech. It's going after $4 trillion to spend next 3 to 4 years. When that happens, you're going to have a lot of sort of sharp elbows going after it.
Dan, always appreciate you jumping on for us. Dan Ott here over at Wedbush Securities. And just to recap here, we did learn just a while ago that a jury had rejected Elon Musk's claims against OpenAI that Sam Altman had somehow betrayed the original mission of that company. Of course, the key issue here right now for investors is whether this paves the way now for OpenAI to continue ahead with its plans to go public. Now, when we come back, we're going to take a relook now at what we've been seeing in global bond markets, a relook at the global world of finance and geopolitics, a discussion up ahead with Tim Adams, the president and CEO of the Institute of International Finance. That conversation coming up next, right here on The Close, right here on Bloomberg.
Mateo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
Possible. The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
Popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures.
More of the same, it's better of the same.
When control of commerce changes, entire sectors, like energy, can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15% chance of keeping the House. Think that probability is too low? Buy yes for 15 cents. Think it's too high? Buy no for 85 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Thanks so much. Thanks. This has been great. Changing the strategy makes a lot of sense.
Apple trying to push back above VWAP.
A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors with a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect you.
She's so ready to take over.
For retirement and everything else you're looking to build. We'll get there. Your Fidelity advisor can help your legacy last for generations. Doors are meant to be open.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money. Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes.
Trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop.
The future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings. The end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow money.
Okay, we got about 29 minutes to go for the closing bell. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, May 18th, 3:30 p.m.
When you invest in live refi, your interest is calculated daily and you're paid monthly. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST.
Microsoft looking for a follow through tomorrow. Hopefully, take out the highs from Friday. Netflix still hanging out below the high of the day. Outside day, looking for a follow through day tomorrow. Pretty unusual price action today and volume, so we're looking for a follow through tomorrow. Netflix.
Because we know it's a supply side shock. You cannot deal with a supply side shock by subsidizing demand. That doesn't work. French finance minister there is talking on the sidelines of that G7 meeting in Paris, discussing the bond market and the global economy. It is 3:30 p.m. here in New York City, and this is the countdown to the close. I'm Romain Plastic. And I'm Isabel. And you know, it's kind of interesting. I think they came in there with an agenda that was going to be a little bit more focused on something else, but right now, all the talk right now is about, I guess, fiscal imprudence, if you will, over the last few years, and whether that's finally caught up with some of these developed nations. Now that we're starting to see, I guess, what is another.
NVDA starting to turn up. NVIDIA. Apple pushing a bit higher. Apple. Tesla turning back up. Tesla. Oracle trying to turn up.
Just about 2 or 3 months ago here, it puts into perspective here some of the concerns in global bond markets. Joining us right now is Jim Adams. He's president and CEO of the Institute of International Finance. Spent a few years here and there over at the U.S. Treasury. Jim, great to have you here. I do want to start off with the debt situation. There's been a lot of talk, and of course that was the talk at the G7. And I think in your own latest global debt monitor,
Tesla turning. Tesla turning off the low. With 26 minutes to go, Tesla turning off the low.
In a single quarter, yet U.S. stock markets not far off record highs. Global economies overall still growing at relatively healthy paces. Is there a reason to worry right now about these debt levels?
Oh, absolutely. The run-up in debt levels globally and certainly among advanced economies, about 115% of GDP for advanced economies. And, you know, the U.S., we're running deficits of over 5%. We're soon going from 100% to 25% by 2035. The numbers are pretty harrowing. Throw in the UK, France, Japan, and given the huge geostrategic challenges that we're facing, or build out in defense spending, for example, trillions to be spent on artificial intelligence, and so many other huge investments against the backdrop of an aging population, really challenging demographics.
I am curious, though. I mean, when we talk about how prepared our financial markets are for any sort of big shock, I mean, I'm talking like something really dramatic along the lines of what we saw during past crises. I mean, you are kind of tapped in with what all the banks are doing, what they're saying, how they're feeling. Is there a sense of preparedness right now out there?
Well, there's certainly the leadership. The C-suites are certainly building in expectations of potential disruptive outcomes. And look, we still have a conflict in the Gulf that doesn't appear to be resolved anytime soon. We still have a conflict in Europe's eastern periphery. We're now in the 5th year of that conflict. We have huge supply side and supply chain shocks, but the markets tend to shrug it off until they don't. At some point, they won't. We'll realize that there are real factors and there are real constraints on the economy, including the fiscal trajectory of many of these economies, that just isn't sustainable over the medium and long term.
You've had a lot of eye-popping numbers in your note, which we really appreciate. One is China's economy now nearly 80% of the size of the U.S. in real terms. How should investors be thinking about that big shift in global power?
Well, it's been going on for many years. I've been going to China since the mid-1990s and seeing this economy really evolve. And look, they're a powerhouse in manufacturing, whether it's in electric vehicles or robotics. In fact, most of the global industrial robotics are installed in China. They are a huge and important manufacturing behemoth, but I don't think the rest of the world fully understands the role that capacity is going to play vis-a-vis other manufacturing platforms, including in Europe.
You've also said that the decoupling between the U.S. and China is real. At this point, do you think it's reversible or not?
Well, we have seen a drop off in trade. Now, some of it's being redirected to other third countries, whether it's Thailand or Mexico. And I think the administration, the president, certainly focused on whether there are backdoors in the U.S. So it's being redirected, but it most certainly is dropping. But I think the president's trip from last week, he's looking to increase exports in key items. And I think we'll continue importing certain goods. I think it's difficult to fully delink, but it certainly has evolved over time.
With regards to sort of, I guess, where markets go overall, and I'm talking global markets, and there's been a lot of talk about a lot more money flowing to non-U.S. Markets, particularly in emerging markets, and maybe to some extent some of the developed markets in Europe. Is this shift that we've started to see, do you get a sense that that might be temporary, something cyclical, or is that the start of something a little bit more long-term and structural?
Yeah, I think it's long-term structural. Everyone's looking to rewire, and trade flows aren't being rewired. I think they're looking to new markets to sell into, new markets to source out of. We're seeing efforts to build in resiliency and redundancy. That's costly, given that we optimize the global economy for efficiency for many decades. So it really is about building in new sources, new suppliers, new markets, new allies. The world is rewiring itself, absolutely.
And that sort of poses a challenge, I think, too, for Kevin Warsh. We were speaking a little bit earlier with Fabio Nattarucci, and we're talking about a Warsh who's going to be sworn in, I believe, later this week. Is there a sense that we do need to start to rethink the approach to monetary policy, particularly when it comes to fighting inflation, if some of these structural shifts are indeed structural?
Yeah, well, I'd say this. Kevin's a good friend of mine. We were colleagues many years ago. I've known him a long time. He's a very capable leader, very thoughtful, and I think he's very nimble on his feet.
Tesla turning back up. Tesla.
And I think if he needs to have a different perspective, he most certainly will. The question is, how much of this pickup in prices do you look through, and how much do you think is permanent? Frankly, I think a lot of it is really shifted, just given the supply shock that we see in place and this need to shift supplies and just items that we never thought about before, whether it's helium or whether it's diesel or whether it's fertilizer. I think this is a real serious structural shift, and it'll really challenge Kevin as he starts out in his new tenure.
We have around 30 seconds here, Tim. You know that this isn't 2008 or 2020, but that margin of error is kind of shrinking slowly. What worries you the most right now?
Well, we're priced to perfection, right? And I'm talking market participants all around the world, and they're very, very bullish. But what I see when I read the headlines, or I travel and talk to policymakers or those in the geostrategic area, I have a lot to worry about. Again, we still have conflicts in the Gulf that isn't even near being resolved. Until that is, we still have a lot to worry about. And I think markets need to better appreciate what those true risks are, and they're enormous.
Tim, really appreciate you taking time for us. Tim Adams is the president and CEO of the Institute of International Finance. Here as we keep an eye on the broader equity markets, still in the red for the benchmark S&P, and a little bit deeper for the NASDAQ, though we should point out the NASDAQ is off the lows of the day.
S&P continues to grind higher.
On the AI trade, and specifically some earnings out of NVDA that are set to come across the wire in just about 48 hours. Ed Ludlow actually had a chance to catch up with the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang. We're going to hear from him on what Jensen had to say when we come back after the break. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
One of the things I'm really struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
About what's next.
We're Mizzou. Sound familiar?
All right, S&P is rallying up now. A lot of stocks are turning. New York Fangs.
Equity indices built on opinions. That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent rules.
Everything's turning.
That are more responsive to changes in the markets. Powered by 450 billion daily data points and backed by research from hundreds of global experts. Delivering benchmarks driven by
Microsoft, NVDA, looking good. NVDA.
Here are bold benchmarks for today's equity markets.
When I moved to New York City from India, the only dream which I had was to be a physician. But when I arrived here, I thought there was something missing. So that's when I started working on Wall Street, covering pharmaceuticals.
NVIDIA.
I wanted to learn physics to expand my impact in medicine. Then I moved to Silicon Valley and founded Decisive. Finding my own path opened up opportunities, helping people that I couldn't have imagined.
With your shared level immunity from Bright House Financial, your portfolio can benefit from growth potential with a level of protection from market volatility to help you follow your plans wherever they take you. Bright House Financial, built for what's ahead.
A fact to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
Monday, Mr. Waller needs to know what they do. We are standing in a new remodeled showroom at Century's Mother.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunroofs.
NVIDIA starting to turn. NVIDIA starting to turn up. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA on the move. Off the low, NVIDIA. Firefly, nice little rally on Firefly, end of day. Fly, rally back up.
AI space from China to the AI build-out in an interview with Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow. He joins us live from Las Vegas now. Ed, thank you so much for joining us.
Firefly, nice little rally there.
Jensen Huang said he expects Chinese authorities to eventually allow the import of AI chips from the U.S.
Yes, what he was talking about there was this balance, right? That China wants to protect its domestic players, largely Huawei. And so in deciding whether or not to allow Chinese technology companies to buy NVIDIA chips, that's the trade-off. The demand for compute is great there, just as it is all over the world. But they also are conscious of the American technology stack filling that gap. Beyond the comments that you just played, probably the biggest piece of news from the interview is that Jensen Huang himself did not have any sort of direct conversation with Chinese officials. It was very clear that this was President Trump and those relevant cabinet members that were with him speaking with their Chinese counterparts. And we're still kind of reconciling this idea that even as recently as March,
Apple turning back up. Apple. Nice little rally on Apple. NVIDIA. NVIDIA looking very strong here. NVIDIA.
It's all waiting on China to send some approval, whether they do or don't.
And another thing that came up, and I've been curious about too, is this idea sort of what we've been seeing in the memory space and sort of what we can glean from that with regards to the broader AI build-out. Did Jensen, or for that matter, Michael Dell, did they have any sort of comments about where we stand in that cycle, and I do mean cycle?
Yeah, cycle simple and it's still tight, right? You know, the point I made to them is that historically memory is cyclical and it's boom and bust. And the point that both Jensen and Michael Dell made is that they have tried to give this entire market as much of a heads up as possible. 3 years ago, they both explained how they met with the key memory CEOs, the CEO of Micron, CEO of SK Hynix, saying you need to have more permanency in capacity. And now the main takeaway, particularly from Michael Dell, is that he sees those memory names putting their money where their mouth is. They're willing to invest in that capacity. Some of which happening on the East Coast, right? With Micron, we do see it being built because the staying power of memories market, specifically from the data center, is completely different to the smartphone market or the PC market that we've seen having a cyclical nature in the past.
Unpack for us, Ed, around 30 seconds here, what Jensen Huang meant when he said we need to make sure supply chain is prepared and it will be hard to keep up with an AI build-out for the next decade.
Yeah, I was really surprised by this comment that he sees the supply chain for everything that goes into a supercomputer server doubling or quadrupling on an annual basis, and that's still not being enough. So it gives some indication of the severity of how demand is still outpacing supply, which for many of us, that's a very good position to be in, but it causes frustration as well.
Intel turning back up. Let's see. ARM. ARM's got a nice little rally right here. ARM Holdings. ARM rally. ARM's rallying.
Portfolio manager and senior research analyst over at Kane Anderson Rudnick. That's coming up next, right here on the close, right here on Bloomberg.
ARM Holdings looking good. Big move on ARM.
Mateo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
What about what's next?
Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors, like energy, can move with it. On Interactive Brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15%.
Okay, this move here, I'm telling you, you should take some opportunities to maybe reduce your exposure.
Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate places. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
My name is Warren. We are staying in our newly modeled showroom at Sunspace in Mobile Beach.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunrooms for over a decade.
ARM Holdings, nice little rally there. NVDA, nice little rally. Okay, ARM Holdings, that was a nice little pop to take some exposure off. We've been up for 7 weeks. This is week number 8.
The end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise,
Tesla turning.
we follow the money.
Hey, friends and neighbors, I'd like to tell you a little bit about why refi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in why refi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that
Oracle.
1 to 5 years
Okay, Oracle turning up.
investment over those terms to best suit your needs, and you have the freedom to take your monthly interest as income, reinvest it. Whatever you choose.
Bounce. 21 day.
If you invest in why refi, your interest information, just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST.
AAOI and IONQ.
For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum and scan this QR code to view the disclosures at your leisure. Why refi? Investing in America's future.
Tesla, nice rally off the low. IONQ. Or here's IONQ. IONQ coming off the low. Nice little bounce at the 21 day. IONQ. Okay, AAOI also turning back up. Okay. IONQ looks good though. IONQ bouncing. IONQ.
We're seeing S&P on track for its second straight day of losses, but that didn't stop us from clinching a seventh straight week of gains. Last Friday, I think that's the longest stretch since 2023. Who knows what the market will bring? We have NVDA earnings on Wednesday, but still, I mean, we have more than 70% equities are at risk of a significant pullback with the global market sell-off, global bond market sell-off, but still, at the same time, they raised their 12-month price target for the benchmark to around 8,300 last week. So it's really just a confusing market you're in, and you're seeing, again, a bond sell-off. We're seeing multi-year highs we haven't seen in a while, especially for the 10-year and the 30-year.
Yeah, of course, that bond sell-off could end up being the bugaboo here in what has still been a phenomenal rally in equities over the last 3.5 years. An equity market that, while down on the day, still not far off its most recent record highs. Julie Beal joins us right now, portfolio manager and senior research analyst over at Kane Anderson Rudnick. And Julie, I do want to start with this idea of whether it is too early, or maybe for some people a little bit too late to start.
S&P is running. S&P is starting to run.
The bond market with regards to rates and inflation.
I mean, I'm French, so it's never too early to be worried, right? I'm always worried. That's a life.
S&P is about to run here.
I do think it is really important to pay attention to what's happening in the bond market. There's a different perspective in that market that prevents it from some of the euphoria that some of us equity investors are guilty of. And I think we really do need to recognize that the market right now is so structured towards an AI future that is still many years away. And when we have higher interest rates, that really changes a lot of the dynamics of how we can value those future projects. Can we still support these large CapEx projects if interest rates are materially higher? It certainly changes the economics for a lot of the players at hand, which are already still kind of in question.
Well, and this is a question too, Julie. I mean, when we talk about the idea of trying to value something that is still relatively unknown, there are a lot of people that would look at some of these forward multiples, even the current multiples on these AI-related stocks here, and then they would try to draw comparisons to some of the last big sort of inflection points that we've had in our economy. There's a big argument to be made. Not sure I buy it, but there's a big argument to be made that some of these stocks are actually cheap relative to the potential that AI might actually bring.
I think that's true. I mean, I think both things can be true, right? We can be in a situation where there is an overbuilding that happens. We've never done any technology transition and not overbuilt the asset base around it. That's never happened. So I expect that will still be the case here today. The question is that there still probably are winners, and they still probably are trading at multiples that are really fair or attractive. So I think it kind of depends. I think the biggest challenge that we have right now is that the underlying economics and who is actually going to generate outsized returns and economics from AI are still in question, right? I think it's tricky when we're thinking about a lot of how we do AI, how we use tokens when we know they're being heavily subsidized. It's a lot like, do you remember the first time you took an Uber ride? It felt like magic, right? It was so cost effective and it felt so frictionless. but it was being paid for by venture capital, right? And now the economics have really changed. Now they're really true. So because we don't really have a lot of insight, it's not clear to me whether truly the beneficiaries of AI will be the large language models, will they be the software providers, will they be more like the Palantirs? Right now, the biggest beneficiaries are the Chinese, and I think that's why they're trading the way they are. But what if we're overbuilding? Is that still true in the long term? I don't know.
Riding an Uber is still a joy to me every single day. But Julie, you're seeing investors favor lower quality, small cap names over high ROE names. Do you think that's speculation creeping back to the market? How are you reading that?
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. A lot of the companies that are driving the majority of the expansion in small cap, which has outperformed large cap this year, are these lower quality names in industrials often that are exposed to AI capex spend. It's not clear to me, though, whether their fundamentals are really deserving of that. Many of them have very low ROEs. They're kind of commodity type businesses. They're companies very few of us have ever heard of.
IONQ back to VWAP. Tesla turning. There are a lot of stocks came off the lows. Google, not one of them. Google. I'll do something with the Google probably this week. Maybe after NVIDIA earnings, I'm not sure. NVIDIA, though, turning back up. NVIDIA.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that's a question that I'm asking myself a lot right now, is that it really feels like the way that the stock market is structured is that we're moving away from the dependence on the consumer, high income, low income, what have you, and more towards this capex spend that feels so strong because most of it is being driven by free cash flow. I think that's fine and that can support the sustainability of the stock market, but it's creating a much bigger wedge between what the average person is feeling in terms of what they feel in the economy relative to what's happening in the stock market. And I think the wider that gap is, the more people are really upset about that. They don't have a sensation that their future is as strong. And there's a clear movement away from the benefits of labor towards the benefits.
This goes parabolic. Scott can't stay parabolic. And so we're getting a little bit of sell-off from that froth in those memories and
AAOI, IONQ rallying off the low. With a minute, less than 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go. Nice little bounce. I did take a few things off. Short-term trades. Microsoft. Let's see if we're going to be able to hold up into the close. It seems like the market on close where it was, for the most part, a decent imbalance to the upside here, and we were able to get off of the lows. We'll see what happens over the next couple of trading sessions. But if we kind of reduce some of the geopolitical risk, maybe we're able to kind of hold up at these highs. Netflix pushing. Netflix looks like it wants to go here in the last couple of minutes. Netflix. All right, the way we're leaving it, breath-wise, they're talking breath on Schwab. Breath, everything turned up. Energy obviously actually leading the way still, even after that announcement of about 1.6%. Consumer staples, you can make the case that the market's getting 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Those consumer staple stocks have been aggressively oversold, especially if you're looking at a company like Dollar Tree or Dollar General. And then you have interest rate sensitive stocks like financials and real estate. 10 seconds. Chart that's a today 5-minute chart here. What I found very interesting is actually we were basically fading the input volume weighted average price pretty much all in today's equity session. And you can see that as we opened up, we saw that spike to the upside, failed below that orange line, which is the volume weighted average price. And anytime that we really tried to test it, that's when sellers actually came into this market. Until recently, we have actually obviously have broken out here. Now,
what's going to be interesting overnight, are we able to stay?
All right, folks, I got a hard stop. Have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com at the closing bell. It is Monday, May the 18th. Got to run. Nice little bounce off the lows today, giving everyone an opportunity to reassess the markets. I took a little bit of short-term positions off. Okay, so have a good one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.